Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, law and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open and I remind all councillors that there is no privilege in this place. Councillors, are there any apologies? Councillor Aderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I wish to advise that Councillor Marks will be absent tonight and I move that she be granted a leave of absence from this meeting.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Aderman and...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Oh, just one moment. Sorry, Councillor.
Did I say Wines?
No. Councillor Marks.
I said... I'm sorry. Yes, okay. And Chair, I also advise that Councillor Murphy will be absent tonight and I move that he be granted leave of absence from the meeting.
Seconded.
Thank you. Has been moved by Councillor Aderman and seconded by Councillor Givney that Councillor Marks and Councillor Murphy be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, I draw your attention to item 2 of the agenda. Lord Mayor, would you please move the motion?
Madam Chair, I move that Council adopts A, the investment policy at attachment A for the 2026-27 financial year, B, the debt policy at attachment B for the 2026-27 financial year, C, the pensioners' partial rebate of rates and charges policy at attachment C for the 2026-27 financial year, D, the not-for-profit organisations' partial rebate of general rates policy at attachment D for 2026-2027 financial year, E, the payment of overdue rates and charges policy at attachment E for the 2026-27 financial year, F, the not-for-profit kindergartens' partial rebates of rates and charges policy at attachment F for the 2026-27 financial year, and G, the not-for-profit affordable housing providers' partial rebate of general rates policy at attachment G for the 2026-27 financial year, H, the infrastructure charges debt management policy at attachment H for the 2026-27 financial year, and I, the Brisbane infrastructure charges resolution number 15, 2026 at attachment I with effect from 1st of July 2026, and also that we adopt the updated terms of reference, associated processes and memberships for the Independent Rate Relief Tribunal, and resolve to delegate powers under the City of Brisbane Act as set out in attachment J, and council policies as set out in attachment K. And that we resolve to propose to make the meetings amending local law 2026 as set out in attachment L, and make the appointment to the Councillor Ethics Committee as set out in attachment M, and dispose of surplus property at 166 Ann Street, Brisbane as set out in attachment N. Also that we delegate certain powers of council specified in column 1 of the table of delegation of powers to the delegates listed in column 2, subject to any limits or special conditions listed in column 3, and on the general conditions of delegation as set out in attachment O. And also that we revoke from the resolutions of council specified in column 1 of the table of revocations of power, the powers set out on column 2 from the delegations listed in column 3 as set out in attachment O, effective on and from 1st of August 2026, and finally delegates to the Chief Executive Officer all of Council's powers under section 242 of the City of Brisbane Act 2010 specified in column 1 of table 1 of the general conditions of delegations as set out in table 1 of the agenda.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that Council 1 adopts the investment policy at attachment A for the 2026-27 financial year, B, debt policy at attachment B for the 2026-27 financial year, C, pensioners partial rebate of rates and charges policy at attachment C for the 2026-27 financial year, D, not-for-profit organisations partial rebate of general rates policy at attachment D for the 2026-27 financial year, E, payment of overdue rates and charges policy at attachment E for the 2026-27 financial year, F, not-for-profit kindergartens partial rebate of rates and charges policy at attachment F for the 2026-27 financial year, G, not-for-profit affordable housing providers partial rebate of general rates policy at attachment G for the 2026-27 financial year, H, infrastructure charges debt management policy at attachment H for the 2026-27 financial year, and I, Brisbane Infrastructure Charges Resolution number 15, 2026 at attachment I with effect on and from 1st of July 2026. And 2, adopts the A, updated terms of reference associated processes and membership for the Independent Rate Relief Tribunal and resolves to delegate powers under the City of Brisbane Act 2010 as set out in attachment J, and B, council policies as set out in attachment K. 3, resolves to A, propose to make the meetings amending Local Law 2026 as set out in attachment L, B, make the appointment to the Councillor Ethics Committee as set out in attachment M, and C, dispose surplus property at 166 Ann Street, Brisbane as set out in attachment N, and 4, delegate certain powers of council specified in column 1 of the table of delegations of power to the delegates listed in column 2, subject to any limits or special conditions listed in column 3, and on the general conditions of delegations as set out in attachment O. 5, revokes from the resolutions of council specified in column 1 of the table of revocations of power the powers set out in column 2 for the delegates listed in column 3 as set out in attachment O, effective on the 1st of August 2026. And 6, delegates to the Chief Executive Officer all of Council's powers under Section 242 of the City of Brisbane Act 2010, specified in column 1 of Table 1 on the general conditions of delegations as set out in Table 1 of the agenda. Councillor Cassidy.
Point of order. Could I ask that several items taken seriatim for debate and some for voting? Can I ask that item 1A through I be taken seriatim for debate as a group, but item B be taken seriatim for voting within that group? Items 2A and B be taken seriatim for debate as a group and voted on separately. And then 3A separate, 3B separate and 3C separate, which then leaves 4...
For debate and voting.
Yes, thanks. Which then leaves 4, 5 and 6 as a group for just debate.
Okay, I'll just go over that. In the first section, number 1, A through to I debated together. Voted together. Separate item A.
Just B separated for
Just
voting.
B. Thank you. And then in number 2, A and B debated together but voted separately. In 3, we will have A, B and C all separate for debate and voting. And then 4, 5 and 6 together for debate and voting so far. No other? Okay. All right. Lord Mayor, we will move to item 1.
Okay, so in terms of the items in this particular tranche, first of all is the investment policy. This policy outlines Council's investment objectives and procedures to acquire, manage and dispose of investments. The administration has a long track record of delivering strong and disciplined financial management, with obviously another surplus this year. And despite the economic uncertainty, a pandemic, floods, sustained inflation, a cyclone last year, and now a conflict in the Middle East, we've achieved a strong credit rating for 13 consecutive years in a row. Item B is the debt policy. This policy sets out our planned borrowings for the next 10 years and the period over which these would be repaid. By closely managing our cash, we've decreased our projected borrowings by $345 million. Crucially, this will also reduce interest costs and save ratepayers an estimated $200 million over the repayment term. On top of this, we'll, as part of this plan, drive down net debt by 22% by 29/30 to $2.7 billion. Item C is the pensioners' partial rebate of rates and charges policy. This allows for the partial rebate of rates to eligible pensioners. This budget delivers $29.8 million in rates rebates and concessions for pensioners, and our pensioner rebate scheme is the most generous one around. The full pensioner rebate is up $52 to $1,350 per annum, and the partial rebate is up $26 to $675 per annum. More than 39,000 pensioners will receive our rebates this year. Item D is the not-for-profit organisations partial rebate of general rates policy. This allows for the partial rebate of rates for eligible not-for-profit organisations, and it includes an ongoing provision of the 50% general rate rebate to 288 not-for-profit organisations that provide support or essential services to the community. Item E is the payment of overdue rates and charges policy. This policy allows for the granting of concessions to eligible pensioners who are experiencing hardship to defer the payment of rates and charges when a certain criteria is met. Item F is the not-for-profit kindergartens partial rebate, which allows rates rebates for around 37 eligible kindergartens that are not-for-profits, as distinct from for-profit childcare centres. These are not-for-profit kindergartens. In this budget, we'll continue the 100% rates discount for not-for-profit kindergartens. Item G is the not-for-profit affordable housing providers partial rebate of general rates policy, and that allows the ongoing rebates for 548 affordable housing providers. It's another thing we're continuing to do when it comes to supporting those providers, including our waiver of infrastructure charges as well when it comes to community housing projects. Infrastructure charges debt management policy is next. Council levies infrastructure charges as part of the development application process, and we have specific powers to treat infrastructure charges for the purpose of their recovery as rates. This policy outlines Council's approach to managing overdue infrastructure charges. Next is Brisbane Infrastructure Charges Resolution number 15, which is our infrastructure charging instrument. This is typically updated every year, and in this iteration will be the Infrastructure Charges Resolution 15, as I said. Proposed to take effect from the 1st of July 2026. The updates proposed in this resolution include aligning with changes made under the Queensland Government Planning Framework, providing greater certainty to the building and construction industry, updating infrastructure charges in accordance with the Planning Act 2016 and Planning Regulation 2017, and some minor administrative updates as well. So I think that was it in terms of this tranche.
Further speakers. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you very much, Chair. Items 1A, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, we support. We think that could be better, and we have outlined over the last year and longer, particularly on some of these items around, particularly the advocacy around not-for-profit housing providers, the partial rebate of general rates. This is something we consulted Q Shelter with many years ago about, and know that not just on infrastructure charge discounts, but also on rates concessions for community housing providers is a great way that we can support them to leverage their capital and their investments to get more. Another thing we can do to get more. So we think the Lord Mayor's talked about a business as usual approach here. We will not, of course, vote against that support. But again, what we have here is no vision, no energy, no leadership to do something differently in the face of a crisis and a challenge from this Lord Mayor. And it's sort of, maybe it's just because it's like end of the week, right? It's the special meeting after the after things, and he just doesn't want to bother doing too much. But he hasn't looked at ways to innovate council's response to a whole lot of challenges that are going on in the housing space, particularly on that. But I just want to focus a bit on the debt policy at attachment B for 26-27 financial year. The Lord Mayor's just said that, and I know by law we have to have a debt policy, but we don't have to have the LNP's debt policy, of course. Finance expenses in this budget sit at $174 million of expenditure out of this budget is in finance costs. The total liabilities, which includes net debt, which includes basically everything this council owes on behalf of the ratepayers of Brisbane, $5.9 billion in liabilities. So when you look around Brisbane at the moment, do you think that there's almost $6 billion is worth it, what they have racked up in liabilities? The crumbling Story Bridge, the congestion, the rising rates, just as people go about their daily lives. The Lord Mayor said he expects the net debt portion of that total liabilities to go down to $2.7 billion by 2930. Now, Councillor Davis sort of, in her speech earlier in the budget debate, signalled why we will see not a huge increase in debt over the next few years, and why we'll see some reduction in council's emissions over the next couple of years. It's because they're not going to build anything. As we are going headlong into the Olympics, we're hamstrung with all this historic debt that the LNP have incurred, and they have no plan to build new infrastructure. We know that their intention is to wind up, after all of the sort of tail end of projects is done, wind up the City Projects Office and the major projects branch within Brisbane Infrastructure. And we understand why. The Deputy Premier told the Lord Mayor there will be no projects that will be funded by the state government for council to do ahead of the Olympics, apart from things that are directly associated with venues. So it may be that council will have to do an intersection upgrade here or there around a venue that is directly related to a venue. But he signalled, Jared Blay signalled some time ago that money wasn't coming. So it probably shouldn't have been a surprise to Brisbane when the Lord Mayor couldn't get a deal out of the state government for the Story Bridge, didn't get one single cent out of the state government to upgrade, to restore the Story Bridge. He got absolutely nothing from the state government for the expansion of the metro. And in fact, leaked cabinet documents from the state government suggest that the Sunshine Coast version of the metro that Councillor Murphy crows about all the time is going to cost $5 billion for that short section between Britannia and the airport on the Sunshine Coast. So we can only imagine what 4 extra metro lines will cost for Brisbane, and without any commitment from the state government, the Lord Mayor knows that he can't deliver that. And we're getting nothing extra for our bus services. We know that the Lord Mayor's had to put more money into purchasing the diesel for our buses because the state government capped that funding. So this LNP debt policy before us today is hamstrung us from previous decisions, and he has no vision for the future.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Looked like the finance chair was going to go, perhaps after me. I rise to speak on item 1 on the special meeting budget, and I just would like to make a number of observations. Firstly, we are continuing to support discounts and rebates for some key parts of our community. It is the least we can do. Affordable housing and kindies, and for seniors as part of, and not-for-profit organisations. So it is the very least that council could do. And really, I think this Lord Mayor and you know, the finance chair is only pretty new, don't seem to have any other ideas, you know, for us. But the one that I do want to talk about is the debt policy, attachment 1B. Now, I'm not 100% certain what's going on. I appreciate what the Leader of the Opposition has said, that the state government's not going to hand out any money to Brisbane. Well, we knew that the minute that Christopher was elected, because he was elected based on the vote in the regions and, you know, outside of the Brisbane metropolitan area. So, you know, there's no question that this is why the Lord Mayor has pivoted to smashing elbow on one hand, and then sort of say, oh, but thanks for that little bit of money you gave us. But if you listen to the budget, a huge amount of projects being funded through the federal government. Yes. And it's not the smartest strategy. I always know when the LNP are on a highway to nowhere, when they start saying this is what Labor does, and saying, well, that's what we're doing too, because you know that hurts when they have to say that. That's the last resort for them. But what the ratepayers of Brisbane are being asked to stomach is that over the next 10 years, Brisbane City Council is not going to borrow 1 cent of money. Not 1 cent. Now, let me get my crystal ball out. In maybe next year, about this time next year, after the budget, the Lord Mayor's going to start promising things, probably even in the budget next year. It's going to start promising, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and it'll be election related because there's an election in 2028. This Lord Mayor has been drunk on debt since the day he started as the finance chair and has never stopped. Yes. To the point now where the Lord Mayor again stood up today and said, oh, look, it's so great, we're reducing our debt by 20%. No, I don't think so. It's $2.841 billion this year. It'll be $2.764 billion next year, and it'll be $2.683 the following year. That's less than $200 million, and it's not material in any way. Not material in any way. I mean, the Lord Mayor spends less than that when he stuffs up a project and he's got to, you know, rescope it, and, you know, it's just mad. It's mad. So there's no process to actually manage the debt effectively. He's still got the bank card where he can run up the debt on the bank card, the $500 million, I can't think of the word, credit card, thank you. So he's still got that, and no doubt he's exploiting that to the full potential. And we're supposed to stomach that there'll be no new borrowings. Can't use the word that I want to say, but I don't believe it. I don't believe it. And I think this has just been a stunt for the media. Because this council has borrowed at every opportunity to fund major infrastructure, which is not necessarily a bad thing for the right project in a responsible way. But the Lord Mayor would have you believe that for the next decade, he's not going to borrow any money. He's not going to do any major projects. Well, Lord Mayor, why the hell are you here? Get out of the way. If you are not interested in taking this city forward, your time is up. You should be finished. Get off to New York and do another leadership course and get a job with Bloomberg, because your failure to manage our finances and to look at a future strategy that invests in what our city needs is sorely lacking. You can't be trusted. This document is not worth the paper it's written on.
Councillor Johnston, I remind you to refer to councillors through the chair when you are doing that. Any further speakers? Deputy.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item 1 and specifically section B, the debt policy. This item 1 brings forward a suite of budget-related policies that the Chamber adopts each year to govern the financial year ahead. And the debt policy maps out our planned borrowings over the next decade and the timeframe for which they will be repaid. It rests, though, Madam Chair, on a single principle that should anchor every budget. It is not our money. It is residents' money. And on this side of the chamber, we never lose sight of that. Because by managing our cash carefully, this budget walks away from $345 million in forward borrowings we had been planning to take on. That discipline follows and flows straight back to ratepayers with an estimated $202 million in interest costs that we now never have to pay, that our children will never have to pay. And we go further, driving net debt down by 22% from $3.48 billion this year to around $2.7 billion across the forward estimates. And for the first time in nearly a decade, there are no new borrowings in this budget. But none of this happens by accident. It is the product of sound, sensible financial management. It's how we keep the lowest rates in South East Queensland. And it must be commended at a time when other governments are racking up debt for future generations. Madam Chair, this is not a bad thing. This is a great thing. This is the responsible thing to do, and it takes Team Schrinner and this Lord Mayor to do it.
Further speakers? No. Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I spoke about this last year, and I'll speak about it again, because last year was the first time that we saw this 10-year plan for no debt. So I'll speak on item B. Before I do that, I do want to say that, of course, the Greens support the partial rebates that are often in here for community organisations, for kindergartens, for affordable housing, and of course for seniors. This is business as usual. There is nothing more that can be done, but we think there could be more done. But we absolutely are just voting on these and we support them. I just want to reiterate some words that I said last year, which was, again, the first year where we saw this 10-year plan that said zero borrowings. And the zero borrowings, if you would believe the spin, is because of sound financial management. But the reality is, Council got itself in the past 10 years into an enormous amount of debt. That's actually what happened. It was this same council. It is this council administration, this Lord Mayor, that got itself into that debt. And, you know, building infrastructure is an important thing that our city does. And debt to build infrastructure is not a bad thing, as long as that infrastructure delivers year on year on year, decade on decade, for our communities. But it is this council that got itself into that debt. And to sit here and hear the same council that got itself into this debt then pat its back, is pretty incredible. And we are still in a large amount of debt. And it is because of this administration. And this item before us commits to the fact that there will be no borrowings. Through you, Chair, Deputy Mayor Cunningham just said there was about $340 million of future borrowings that was supposed to happen. And that's not going to happen anymore. And what does that intrinsically mean? Well, one, too much debt, and two, the projects that were going to be funded for the residents of Brisbane are not going to happen. And that was just what was admitted here today, right? Yeah. That's what I heard? That's exactly right. So, I guess what I'm trying to say in this speech is that you can't just say we're not going to spend anything without admitting that that means that you're not going to build those projects that could be key infrastructure projects for the City of Brisbane. And this, as last year, commits Brisbane to no borrowings. And that's a failure, because it is the same administration, let me repeat again, that got itself into this debt. This is the administration that got itself into this debt, and they seem to refuse to say that. Through you, Chair, the Deputy Mayor also said for the first time in 10 years, we're not taking on any debt because of the debt that you chose. I'm going to keep my words brief on that. I just thought I'd put that on the record. It's important to note, same administration that is raising your rates, that is cutting the programs, is the same to be financially, to say that they're being financially responsible, is the same council that got itself into the debt to begin with.
Further speakers? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item 1, specifically the Brisbane Infrastructure Charges Resolution number 15, 2026. Since 2011, local governments have been required to adopt an infrastructure charges resolution in order to levy infrastructure charges against development. These charges recover some of the cost of trunk infrastructure required to support development and helps fund new and upgraded transport, stormwater, parks infrastructure and land for community facilities. Council's adopted infrastructure charges are updated by resolution of Council each year. The changes proposed here are intended to assist Council in managing financial sustainability, align with changes made under the Queensland Government Planning Framework, and to provide greater certainty to the building and construction industry. Key aspects of the proposed amendments are an increase to infrastructure charges pegged to the Australian Bureau of Statistics cost inflation. This will preserve Council's financial stability while not exceeding the maximum amount set by the state government. To reflect updates to the Planning Act 2016 relating to accepted developments such as ministerial infrastructure designations. To incorporate recent changes to the planning regulations to define build-to-rent uses, and ensuring the proposed resolution generally remains in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act. While some of the changes may appear minor, they are all important in ensuring the Council can levy infrastructure charges appropriately and help fund infrastructure networks. Once approved, the resolution will take effect from the 1st of July, and I commend this item to the Chamber.
Any further speakers? Lord Mayor, your right of reply.
Well, I'm very confused by the opposition position, because from that I can't decide whether they think we've got too much debt or not enough debt, or whether we need more debt or less debt. It was interesting to see the Labor Party arguing against debt, the people who love debt so much. And every government they've ever been in has blown out in debt massively to points where they have real trouble paying it back. And then we heard Councillor Johnston argue that if I wasn't going to borrow, then I should not be the Lord Mayor anymore, which is, quite an interesting point of view. So they can't decide whether there's too much debt or not enough. But look, I've actually talked about this before, not even in the budget session, before that. I've said right now we are in the phase of bringing down the debt, and we will borrow again in the future. That's right. But that requires those projects to be gearing up that we will invest in. And so when there's metro expansions to be funded, there may well be borrowings associated with those. Of course. When there's other infrastructure projects to do, there may well be borrowings. But the right thing to do right now is to bring down the debt, because when we do that, we're building more capacity for the future. Yes, we are. Now, there was a talk about how there's apparently these large levels of debt. Brisbane City Council does not have large levels of debt. They are low levels of debt. Now, we could borrow significantly more, but we've actually put a cap on our own borrowing in order to maintain the credit limit that we have. And so other levels of government have said, you know what, tear up the credit limit, we'll just go for gold. We will borrow and borrow and borrow, and they've lost their credit rating. So we have had a deliberate policy of borrowing within the existing credit rating, which is a strong credit rating. We could borrow more. It would potentially mean a credit rating downgrade if we did that. And so that's not been our policy. That's not been our approach. We've had the same credit rating for 13 consecutive years because they know that we borrow responsibly and we borrow for infrastructure. We don't borrow to pay staff or to keep the lights on. We borrow to build things. And Councillor Cassidy, it was interesting, he said, oh, you know, what has Brisbane got to show for these borrowings? As though nothing has happened. It's, well, okay. Okay. Let's start with the Clem 7 tunnel, the Legacy Way tunnel, the Eleanor Chanel Bridge. Let's start with the Go-Between Bridge. Let's start with Kingsford Smith Drive, the Wynnum Road upgrade. Let's talk about the Moggle Road upgrade. Let's talk about some bridges as well. The Kangaroo Point Bridge, the Breakfast Creek Bridge. Let's talk about the Brisbane Metro.
What about bike?
One moment, please, hold me your microphone. Again, Councillor Cassidy, Councillor Collier and Councillor Johnston. Councillors, remain quiet when someone else is on their feet speaking. Show the same respect. Lord Mayor.
And so if you tally up just those projects that we mentioned, there's in excess of $10 billion worth of investment in infrastructure. Now, do we have $10 billion worth of debt? No, we don't. So the net debt is, what is it, 3.4 billion from memory? So we've delivered over $10 billion of infrastructure with net debt of between 3 and 4 billion. So we didn't even borrow for all of the infrastructure that we have delivered. And so being in this position is a good, strong position. It provides us with capacity for the future. And as I said, it's very likely that there'll be other projects in the future that will require some borrowings. But in the meantime, we'll keep driving down debt so we provide that capacity going forward. Because the alternative here is what we see with the Labor Party at other levels of government, where debt only goes one way. It just keeps going up. It never comes down.
No.
It just keeps going up. And they don't even try to bring it down. They're just like, okay, well, someone else will pay in the future. So that is not our approach. There are times when debt will come down. There are times when it will go up. But it will only ever be for investment in infrastructure, which is a long-term asset for the city. And so I commend this debt policy to the chamber.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And Councillor Cassidy, I caution you. We'll now put item 1, A, C, D, E, F, G, H and I to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. We'll now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour, 5 against and 3 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Lord Mayor, item 2, A and B together.
Yes, item 2A is the Independent Rate Relief Tribunal and is the appointment of the Independent Rate Relief Tribunal and updated terms of reference and operational framework. The tribunal acts as an advisory body that provides independent, balanced and objective recommendations to Council following applications for residents, from residents who are experiencing financial hardship. The tribunal operates in a strictly confidential environment and is advisory in nature. So they're not a decision-making body, but they do provide recommendations to Council. With a recent vacancy in the chair position, we undertook a formal process to appoint new members to the tribunal. This was done by a public recruitment process on Council's website. As I said, the tribunal does not hold decision-making powers, but it does play an important role in supporting and advising the Council when it comes to rates and hardship. So for those residents experiencing financial hardship, payment plans are available for residents, and that's available to anyone who wants to call up and ask the call centre. But the tribunal also strengthens this framework by providing an independent review of cases involving serious hardship. So where a payment plan might not be enough of a response, this is a second layer, I guess, in the safety net to make sure that there are other options. We're committed to the Independent Rates Relief Tribunal process, and that's why we've undertaken to recruit for new independent members. And we understand that we're the only council in South East Queensland offering this kind of service, which is obviously a good thing. Item 2B is the update to council policies on privacy data breach policy and the inspection of records by councillors policy. Item 2B seeks council approval to implement a new corporate rule AP 300 privacy data breach policy and amend the existing APO 40 inspection of records by councillors policy, both being as a result of state government legislative amendments. APO 300 provides a summary of legislative obligations and commitments in relation to privacy data breaches involving personal information and is a result of the Information Privacy and Other Legislation Amendment Act 2023 changes. This legislation, or the changes, were passed by Parliament on the 29th of November 2023, which you'll remember was actually the previous government that brought this legislation in, and it amended the Information Privacy Act 2009. The majority of these legislative changes were implemented on the 1st of July 2025, with local governments required to have in place a mandatory notification data breach scheme, including a data breach policy 12 months later on the 1st of July 2026. Hence, we have this policy coming through. Onto the amendments sought by APO 40. The key driver for updating APO 40 is to reflect the recent state legislative change amendments to Section 172 of the City of Brisbane Act. This legislative amendment took effect on the 11th of March 2026 following royal assent of the Local Government Empowering Councils and Other Legislation Amendment Act 2026. Also, additional amendments were made to the policy to reflect current business practice and modern record-keeping arrangements, such as use of electronic, hard copy and hybrid record formats.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll speak on these items. I'm going to just say the Rates Relief Tribunal has operated in Brisbane for 35 years to provide independent advice on hardship applications for residential rates relief. We know many in our city are struggling with the cost of living, so this is an important lever we can pull to support them in their time of need. No Brisbane resident should lose their homes simply because they've fallen into genuine financial hardship. The opposition supports the continued existence of the Independent Rates Tribunal. Hardship relief is a vital safety net, but council's real job should be making sure people don't need it in the first place. On item B, 2B, the AP 300 privacy data breach policy brings council into compliance with that new legislation applied for personal information, including employee records collected, stored, used and disclosed. Council must have mandatory notification data breach in place by 1st of July and notify the Queensland Information Commissioner for any affected individuals where an eligible data breach has occurred within 30 days. Maintain internal registers and contain and mitigate harm. This is a good thing, of course, which we support. However, what the LNP have done is combine this policy with another policy. Yeah. And what we'd like to raise concerns about today are the changes to AP 040, the inspection of records by councillors policy. And the Lord Mayor's contribution there would have you believe this is just normal business as usual stuff for the LNP. Well, I guess it is normal business as usual stuff for the LNP in shutting out and closing down the iron curtains further and further and further around the inner sanctum of the Lord Mayor and his regime. Yeah. Brisbane is becoming rapidly, I don't think it is, I'm sorry, I should not becoming, it is Australia's most secretive government. Yes. Australia's most secretive council. And this is censorship, what we have before us today, and it's bad news for Brisbane. These changes mean us on this side of the chamber can't ask questions about projects outside our wards, and even for me, as in my capacity as leader of the opposition. Now, essentially, under these changes that the LNP instructed the CEO to lobby for at a state level, bar councillors from seeking information on important citywide issues like, I don't know, the Story Bridge debacle, the delivery of the metro, the Better Suburbs Board, things like that. Now, under the law, councillors, we've just done this over the last couple of days, make decisions beyond our ward boundaries. Yeah. Many citywide decisions, including transport planning, procurement, major infrastructure, affecting every Brisbane resident. They ask us to vote on significant contracts, but they don't want us to have the ability to understand what's in them, apart from the tightly controlled information they present to us. Yeah. Effective scrutiny depends on us being able to access information necessary to properly examine council decisions. As I said, Story Bridge budget, road projects, funding submissions, the bus network, the metro expansion, homelessness response here in Brisbane, missed bin collections and dodgy contracts, all things that this LNP council have done over the last year and now no longer want us to access information about them. What a joke this is. It's not how a modern capital city should operate, Chair, and it's not how a healthy local democracy functions. We know this LNP regime had input to these changes. As I said, they directed the CEO to lobby for these. And when I corresponded with the Director General of the Department of Local Government, she said she didn't realise that the CEO was only speaking on behalf of the LNP. She didn't know that the CEO of Brisbane City Council didn't consult with all councillors. No. And so the Director General apologised and said, I'm very sorry that that has occurred, and in future the Director General will consult with all councillors that aren't just members of the LNP, because that was a fundamentally wrong thing, but it was all by design from this Lord Mayor. And according to the attachment, the policy is based on the following principle. Can you believe this? This is what the LNP say. Council is committed to transparent and open governance processes and will provide councillors with appropriate access to records. You could laugh, really. You could belly laugh at that, but this is actually tragic and this is serious. And it's seriously wrong, and we really shouldn't stand for it. And Chair, that's why I move the following amendment. I move that within attachment 4, amended AP 040, inspection of records by councillors policy, insert fourth dot point under a record that relates to any ward other than the ward council represents, unless, and the new dot point says the councillor is the leader of the opposition.
Seconded.
Thank you. Has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier to make the following amendment. Within attachment 4, amend APO 40 inspection of records by councillors policy. Insert fourth dot point under a record that relates to any ward other than the ward the councillor represents, unless the councillor is the leader of the opposition, so that the section will now read: the following records are excluded from inspection by councillors: a record of the Councillor Conduct Tribunal, a record of the former Councillor Conduct Review Tribunal, a record that would be privileged from production in a legal proceeding on the ground of legal professional privilege, a record that relates to any ward other than the ward the councillor represents, unless the councillor is the Lord Mayor, the councillor is the Chair of Council, and the record is relevant to the councillor performing the role of Chair of Council. The councillor is the Chair of a council committee, and the record is relevant to the councillor performing the role of a civic cabinet chair, and the councillor is the leader of the opposition. Another record, if disclosure of the second would be contrary to an order of a court or tribunal. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. This is important to us because we have been talking over the last couple of days about the importance of accountability and transparency. And the Lord Mayor has also, it might have just been lip service for him, but I guess this is his opportunity when he talks about the need for a well-informed opposition to hold the council regime to account. This is an important way to do it. This lets the sun shine in, and if they don't support it, you have to ask yourself the question, why? What are they scared of? Yeah. What are they scared of? Accountability, I guess, is the question. I mean, the things that we have found out through file requests, I guess, have been embarrassing for the Lord Mayor and his team, but that accountability is important, and they should recognise that. Yeah. You know, they're not going to do better. It should be above politics. They're not going to do better if they only just talk to each other and themselves in their party room. They already don't consult with the community on a whole range of things. And if they continue to block opposition councillors from raising issues in the council chamber, debating things in the council chamber, asking questions through official council processes, and now accessing information that we are required to, as councillors and as an opposition, to hold the administration to account. So what would the reason be for the Lord Mayor to keep this information, which is council information, not his own personal information? We're not talking about his personal life here. We're not trying to pry into things that he does. These are decisions he is making as an elected representative, elected at large on behalf of all the people of Brisbane, and collectively we are too. But for the LNP to go down this sort of dirty, murky path of directing the CEO to lobby the state government for changes to block opposition councillors from access to information is a really dangerous step for democracy, for accountability and for transparency here in council. So if the Lord Mayor is a man of his word, will he support accountability and transparency? And I guess the question is, can the people of Brisbane trust him or can they not? Because this is an opportunity for him to prove that or otherwise.
Further speakers? Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Well, we won't be supporting this amendment because it's inconsistent with state government legislation.
That's right, it is.
Like, Councillor Cassidy wants to be involved in state legislation, then he should go and run for state politics.
That's right.
But this is actually consistent with the legislation that we operate under, and I would point out that it simply returns things to the way that they always were. Always were. Under Labor, when there was a Liberal leader of the opposition, Councillor Cassidy's amendment wasn't in play then. but he wants special rules for him. He was quite happy to be involved in writing the previous legislation with the minister. He's not going to be writing this one. No. So we're not going to be voting for this, and I move the motion be put.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor for this motion to be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Seconded.
Division has been called by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Griffith. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour, 6 against and 2 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillor Cassidy, your right of reply.
Thanks very much, Chair. And that, I mean, the Lord Mayor's actions tonight sums it up perfectly, I guess. Putting party politics. His whole argument was around party politics, Labor. That's all he spoke about. And to gag debate on a legitimate motion, which is not inconsistent with what changes the state government made, because it didn't specify this. Now, last time the LNP amended the meetings local law with some changes that the state government required and some changes that the LNP inserted in there that they desired, they were unable to give an explanation as to which was which. Yeah. And what's before us today doesn't even give you the track document, right? They're just inserting this, and you know what the Lord Mayor says? Don't you worry about that. Yeah, that sounds familiar. That sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Don't you worry about the story.
Yeah, don't you worry about the story bridge, the Lord Mayor says. The Lord Mayor says, don't you worry about the $5 billion metro project that he's proposed. Don't you worry about broken playgrounds around the city that are putting people in danger. Don't you worry about missed bin collections. That's what the Lord Mayor's saying. He's just saying, trust him. He is the Lord and Emperor in this place. So he is the dictator of the, this is like the end days of Rome. He thinks he's Caesar, but he's Nero. He's fiddling while Rome is burning around him. He's fiddling around with the meetings local law, with what we debate here in the council chamber. He's fiddling around with the council budget and what information people have. He's fiddling around, and he's spending all this time when he's not overseas, and he's not overseas doing his leadership courses with Bloomberg. When he's not doing that, he's fiddling around directing the CEO to make to politically lobby another level of government.
What the?
And he's admitted earlier tonight that he has no plan for the future of Brisbane.
No.
So what conclusion are we to come as the people of Brisbane? What conclusion are we to come to about this Lord Mayor and the future of Brisbane under his leadership, when he's got no vision to deliver the services that people expect? He's gutting the council organisation, and he and his LNP colleagues here are putting undue pressure through their secret consultation with developers on council's planners and the team that work in council to design these precinct plans around the wishes of property developers. He's doing all this fiddling in council which is going to take us down a very dark path in the future. A very dark path, Secret City. This is the sort of stuff that the ABC will do a program on in 20 years. After the CCC get their hands on all of this stuff, right? Like this is pretty dangerous stuff. The Lord Mayor's taking us through here.
How could you be proud of this?
And their only argument. Let's circle back to the Lord Mayor's only argument against this, and it was all about party politics. He had this sort of story in his head that, and he accused me of corruption. He got up here a couple of weeks ago and said that I was guilty of corruption because I apparently changed the state legislation a couple of years ago. Just madness. Nero. Yeah. He's Nero. Delulu. Completely. And then he comes in here today and he says it's because of party politics and because of the Labor Party the big bad Labor Party that he has to force the CEO to make this submission and lobby the LNP state government to make these changes.
The people of Brisbane deserve to know.
The people of Brisbane do deserve to know. And over the last couple of years, this access to this information surely has netted a great result. If we weren't able to find out about the 200% increase in missed bin collections, that might have been 400%. But the Lord Mayor finally, and he admitted it today, that he finally got Councillor Davis into gear to do something about it after they had increased by 200%, after we exposed that. So this is the results we can see when we have access to this information.
Yeah. You should be accountable.
You should be accountable. You should be transparent about decisions you're making. And the Deputy Mayor says that she believes that the billions of dollars that are expended on behalf of the ratepayers of Brisbane is their money. Her belief is that it's their money. She's not acting like it. The Lord Mayor is not acting like it.
No.
He is acting like a tin pot dictator in this place. And that flows on to what we get out in the community.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's a very, very bad deal for Brisbane.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak briefly on both items because I only have 5 minutes. First thing I want to say with respect to item A.
Sorry, Councillor, just one moment. Sorry, Councillor Johnson, I jumped the gun there. We need to actually vote after Councillor Cassidy did his right of reply. So we'll put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The noes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 6 in favour, 17 against and 2 abstentions.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. And Councillor Johnston, back to item 2A and B, substantive.
Yes, I rise to speak on both items in item 2. Firstly, can I say at the outset that I absolutely support the work of the Rates Remuneration Tribunal, but I have serious concerns about the current proposal before us to appoint the new members of the tribunal. Firstly, can I say, now the CVs are confidential, but there is public information about these people. What I will say is The first person is a member of the LNP, and that's apparently what qualifies you to get on the board. The second person who's proposed to be appointed is the co-owner of a pest control business on the Sunshine Coast. I'll say it again, the co-owner of a pest control business on the Sunshine Coast. Now, the CV presented makes it look like it's some kind of professional, and I have no problem with pest controllers and carpet cleaners, good on them, a very important thing, but that does not meet the eligibility criteria for attendance on this committee. So I think the Lord Mayor should say why a pest control company owner from the Sunshine Coast is now going to be on Brisbane's Rate Remuneration Tribunal. I don't know, but that one I'll be referring off to. So, attachments K. The LNP have engaged in, and the Lord Mayor personally has engaged in appallingly nefarious activity around the changes that we are putting into policy here today. Based on my question a bit over a week and a half ago, the Lord Mayor admitted that he whispered in the ear of the CEO, who then wrote to the state government saying Brisbane City Council supports changes to restricting information to councillors, even though we have citywide statutory obligations to make decisions for everyone in Brisbane. Now, the Lord Mayor was proud of it and publicly admitted that that's what he did. I think the sad part of all of this is the position that it's put the CEO in, because the Lord Mayor has used the CEO, Kerry Freeman, as a Trojan horse to act in a party political way to restrict our access to information. He then went to his mate, David Crisafulli, and said, mate, you've got to move these changes. I'm sick of these guys trying to get information out of us and hold us to account. And at the last minute, they walked through changes into state parliament that had not been proposed in the draft legislation, that were not supported by Brisbane City Council. The Lord Mayor had done the little whisper deal with Kerry, and that's how it happened. That's how it happened. Now, I have been at this for the last 2 weeks. I've been advised last night the CEO has self-referred herself to the CCC, and rightly she should. The CEO has acted without authority, purporting to speak on behalf of Brisbane City Council when she was speaking simply on behalf of the Lord Mayor in a party political way. Absolutely. Not only that, in another matter before us today, the CEO has said, oh, we're just implementing the changes the state government wants with respect to the changes to the meetings local law. So clearly that's not the case. There are dozens of changes here that are political. Again, not been through E&C. I doubt the Lord Mayor's directed them. I don't know, but we've not been told. And certainly there's been no decision of council. So I am not going to put up with corruption, and I'm saying this is corrupt behaviour. The Lord Mayor of Brisbane City Council has whispered to the CEO, who then wrote saying she was writing on behalf of council when she had no authority to do so, and it had never been discussed with us. Never. Hadn't come through E&C, hadn't come through full council, no direction from the Lord Mayor. He was asked a very specific question. Well, I hope the CCC investigates this. I have added my information, which I've seen the files. It took council 6 months to give me the files on this. 6 months they withheld this information because it exposes the bad behaviour of senior council officers who are making up multiple excuses to try and justify why they're stopping councillors from being able to do their job and ask questions about finance, budgets, planning, infrastructure. We are responsible for it. So I absolutely don't support this. The Lord Mayor's been caught red-handed here, and he has put the CEO of council in a terrible position because he went up to his mates at George Street and got a special deal.
Councillor Johnston, your
scenes.
time's expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, and I'd too like to support Councillor Johnston, what she's saying in terms of this being a corrupt act. I think this is appalling. Through the last 2 days that we've sat through the budget, the Lord Mayor has not once answered why he's removed all the financial figures from the budget paper. He hasn't given that to any of us. He hasn't bothered replying. He's presenting a budget to us and to the people of Brisbane that does not contain figures that show how this money is going to be spent. This is wrong. Lord Mayor, this is wrong. What we have today in relation to item 2B is we have more limitations on ourselves as elected members. Now, in this chamber, we make up Brisbane City Council, all of us, Labor, Liberal, Green, Independent. And to do our jobs effectively, we have to be able to access and see information. We have to be able to look at files. We have to be able to check what people are saying is true or not true. This very act that the Lord Mayor is pushing through, after doing a deal with his LNP mates in the state government, is limiting that right in this council. It's taking away our effectiveness to properly do our jobs. Lord Mayor, this is wrong. This is corrupt. What you're proposing is corrupt. It means that we can no longer effectively uphold this chamber as we should as elected members, and residents would expect no less of us. I think what you're doing is wrong. I think how you're using your majority is wrong. It's out of control and it's bad for our city.
Further speakers? No further speakers. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Well, it's interesting because the opposition, as they are wont to do, throw around all kinds of outrageous and ridiculous claims. But we've seen them stoop in recent times to a new level, accusing the CEO and council officers of corruption. This is what they've done. This is what they've done. So, you know, look, with me, because I know it's BS, it's water off a duck's back, right? But accusing a professional CEO with an incredible reputation that's worked for Labor governments in the past of corruption, it's a step too far. And I am glad that it has been referred, because when it is investigated and when your claims are found to be false, you will have to eat your words and live by the consequences.
Absolutely.
So it is probably a good thing that this has happened. It is an appalling strategy, political strategy that the Labor councillor and Independent councillor are using. They are barking up the wrong tree. They are misusing their position grossly to defame a professional public servant with an incredible reputation, and no doubt they will be held accountable for such.
Put item 2A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour, 1 against and 7 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put item 2B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 8 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats.
Lord Mayor, 3A.
Okay, 3A is the meetings amending Local Law 2026. As we know, the Queensland Government recently passed changes to local government legislation which involve a number of changes to the state's model meeting procedures for the broader legislative frameworks. Our meetings Local Law 2001 needs to be updated to stay consistent with these requirements, and that's what we're doing today. The amendments clarify which procedural motions can be moved and how the division bells are rung. The new rules also align with our practices more closely, align our practices more closely with those of the state parliament, including with respect to managing the quorum of the chamber and submitting questions on notice. A few other things are being tidied up in terms of modernising the petition process, allowing for notices of motion to be submitted by any councillor. The amendments before us also respond to the way that councillor conduct is managed in the chamber. These changes will mean we'll continue to deal with unsuitable meeting conduct in a way that mirrors how Parliament handles the behaviour of its own members, and more serious conduct matters will now sit with the Office of the Independent Assessor where they belong. Taken together, these amendments give this council greater certainty and clearer guidance in how we manage our business. They embed existing practices formally within local law and ensure that they align with state legislative amendments. So you don't want me to talk about 3B, it's this one separately?
3A. Further speaker? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on 3A, the proposal to make the meetings amending Local Law 2026 as set out in Attachment L. This item has me baffled a bit, disappointed, but I guess really ultimately not surprised. Just buried in a special meeting, no briefing, no information, just more fiddling. Over the last few years, this LNP regime have been slowly taking away the ability for opposition councillors, for the media, for the public to obtain critical information on projects, budgets and council operations. It really is the theme of the LNP these days. And it's limiting now the amount of questions on notice we can ask, and that's really just a new low for the LNP, isn't it? Things must be even worse than we thought. Otherwise, why the secrecy? What is their aversion to transparency? The Lord Mayor hasn't yet once over the last week mounted any sort of defence, other than he just wants to do it because he doesn't like answering questions. He doesn't want anyone to have any information that he doesn't release to them in a drip-fed way. Now, the CCC has warned councils that mitigating against the suspicion of corruption is as important as preventing it. Yes. Because trust in public institutions is critical. Yes. But when people see a 22-year-old political regime making changes to the rules in which they have total control over in the first place. They have complete control over the agenda of meetings, what comes to meetings, who can speak at meetings, for how long they can speak at meetings, and now they are further restricting their political opponents. This is very bad. And it's not a party political thing. I mean, it is, the Lord Mayor said just before it was, for him. But the concern about this is not about party politics. It's about good governance. It's about accountability and it's about transparency. That's the problem with it. But the Lord Mayor has been, I guess, transparent in his own way tonight in saying that these changes are, for him, actually about party politics, about responding to the pressure he is under through the restriction of accessing information. In 2024, we saw changes to the meetings local law to limit the ability of administration councillors to introduce notified motions so they could just disrupt the agenda in their own way through suspension motions, and they've done that as well. But it also limited at the time how long councillors could speak for during council meetings and how long those meetings could last for. And over the past 2 years, we have seen how this has limited democratic debate, with many items presented to council that are never debated. Never ever debated because the time limit is up. And the Lord Mayor is never even here for those meetings. So he doesn't want to attend council meetings, and he doesn't want any councillor that's not a member of his regime to have access to information. Then earlier this year we saw some concerning changes to the Local Government Act and City of Brisbane Act, which we've talked about just before, amending the inspection of records by councillors policy. Now, we know the CEO took direction from the Lord Mayor in making council submission to the state government, as we have just talked about, and only LNP councillors were consulted about that. And as I said earlier, when we raised that with the Director General of the department, they were under the impression that the council submission was on behalf of all councillors. And they said in future they would just themselves consult with the opposition too, because it became evident that that consultation was not done by the CEO before that submission was made. And now, while we're debating changes forced on us by the LNP state government, we learn about new limits to the questions on notice. It's how we've sought information on issues residents deserve to know, including data about misbin collections, parking fine revenue, staff cuts and other data that they would never tell the people of Brisbane themselves. So the limits to quans is a concerning part of this item, but it's not the only concern as well. The new rules for councillor conduct, including the ability for the chair to have clear powers for misconduct in a councillor who calls them out, also changes the rules around notified motions, as we said as well. And petition process is also changing. They're now going to be received and dealt with in accordance with the council policy, rather than being referred to a committee. Does this mean they're going to be tucked away? Where is this policy? It's not included in the papers before us today. More LNP secrecy tonight, and that is not what the people of Brisbane want or need.
Your time has expired. Further speaker, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on item 3A, the meetings amending local law. This item before us is about updating our meetings local law 2001 to align with state legislative changes. It's a housekeeping matter. It's not controversial unless you're the opposition who are determined to be outraged about everything. Let's deal with the facts, because those opposite clearly prefer their own version of events. Fact. The Queensland Government passed the Local Government Empowering Councils and Other Legislation Act 2026, which made a number of changes to the state's model meeting procedures. Fact. Our meetings local law must be updated to stay consistent with those requirements. We have no choice. And frankly, no reasonable person would want us to be out of step with the state law. Fact, these amendments clarify which procedural motions can be moved, how divisional bells are rung, how many questions on notice a councillor can submit, the process for accepting minutes, and how video and audio recordings are authorised. Fact, additional changes tidy up how lapses of quorum are managed, modernise the petition process, and confirm that notices of motion can now be submitted in this place by any councillor. These changes embed existing practice formally in the local law, and they bring our procedures into alignment with those of the Queensland Parliament itself. The Local Government Empowering Councils and Other Legislation Amendment Act removed the conduct breach category from the councillor conduct framework. The amendments before us today mean we'll continue to deal with unsuitable meeting in a way that mirrors how Parliament also deals with its own members. More serious conduct matters will now sit with the Office of the Independent Assessor, which, Mr Deputy Chair, is exactly where they belong. If those opposite are suggesting that conduct matters should not go to an independent assessor, I'd ask them to explain that position to the people of Brisbane. This is about accountability, it's about clarity, and it's about good governance. Everything that those opposite claim that they stand for, and I recommend it to the chamber.
Further speaker, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on the proposal. I can't again use the word, but both the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Mayor have been deliberately dishonest here this evening. Deliberately dishonest. While there are some changes in this proposal to amend the meeting's local law that are required because of changes to state legislation, the Lord Mayor secretly lobbied Crisafulli to get and used the CEO to get. There are more than 20 changes that are not related to the state government legislation, all of which are party political changes that are designed to restrict debate, transparency and good governance. And I'm going to read them out. No debate on appointing a temporary chair if needed. There are changes to the warning system. It reduces the number of warnings the the chair has to give. So she already can't do it properly to start with, but she's changing it to have less warnings. No warnings anymore at all. She can simply make a request. So how are we going to even know if we're doing something wrong? There are changes to the minutes, how they're done. There are changes to allow the chairs of all the committees and the chair of council to secretly record the meeting. They can secretly record the meetings now. We won't ever know. There can be no debate on, oh God, I can't read that one, but something about no more debate on issues. Quorum is no longer required if the chair considers it's temporary. We don't need a quorum. I mean, any basic community organisation out there knows you need a quorum, not here. Chair approval is required to be satisfied if you're allowed to speak as a public speaker to council. They're removing public scrutiny on different things, limiting questions of notice to 3 per person. Now, I just want to say, if we ever got to the point where we were like Jane Hume and put 13,000 questions on notice over a 2-year period, then that might be a problem. But considering we don't usually do that, it's not unreasonable. And this is simply an attempt to prevent scrutiny. When combined with the other changes is another reason that we cannot get information about citywide issues. That is the only mechanism left to get information about citywide issues, and it's being removed. The minority councillors, we were prorated in terms of getting our motions debated. That's gone. Minority councillors were promised by the Lord Mayor a whole hour to deal with our business. No, not anymore. LNP councillors can do it. And there's more. And there is more. There's new powers for the chair to rule questions out of order. There's no time limits for condolence motions, even though there's time limits for general motion debate. There's less time for divisions. Petitions no longer come to council anymore. The council, the council budget has to be handed down by the 31st of July. We've never sat in July in the 18 years I've been here. And a great doozy that I know Councillor Chongwa will talk about is how they can now alter the time of the meeting. Now, what I want to know, these changes haven't been to Civic Cabinet. They've not been approved by Civic Cabinet. And they have been brought in. So who made them? Did the Lord Mayor direct the CEO to make these changes? That's the question he needs to answer today, because if he directed the CEO to do this, then there might be a get-out-of-jail-free card for her. But otherwise, I can tell you now, these changes have been made by senior council officers without any consultation with us, without any approval by E&C. And who is whispering in this council, CEO, senior legal advisor, who's whispering their ears to stop democratic debate in this chamber by limiting the time, by limiting the way we ask questions? And these two falsely hypocrites stand up in this place and they say we're just doing the changes to the state government legislation. They are not. They are not, and they are deliberately being dishonest in this chamber this evening. It is outrageous that this is what is proposed. Outrageous. And it's not going to stand. It's not going to stand. And
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Further speaker? Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. Look, I just wanted to rise and make some contributions to the debate today. So, the rule changes that we're considering today are in order with the changes that the state government have mandated through legislative change. The vast bulk of the changes deal with how we deal with conflict of interest, which all of us find difficult. Conflict of interest rules, it's important that they're simplified and that the state government, when they were the opposition, before they were elected, made it very clear that they were going to respect councils, simplify the system and make the conflict of interest system a lot clearer, which they have. And I really do appreciate that. And I think it's important, and that's reflected here in these changes. And that's really the principal thing we're doing here. Now, Councillor Johnston just listed out a whole range of changes where she claimed that there was no consideration and that there's some kind of limiting of debate. But look, I have to make a point of one of the statements she said was that quorum doesn't exist, it doesn't matter anymore. So I thought to myself, well, let's actually read what's here. And so quorum is here on page 16. It says, when a quorum has been formed in the meeting and a councillor draws attention to the fact that quorum is not present during general business, the chair may exercise their discretion to proceed with general business or to count the number of councillors in the meeting. So it only is relevant to the general business component of the meeting, not to the entirety of the meeting. Now, once again, once again, Councillor Johnston has been exposed as a person who leaves out key facts because it suits her argument. That has happened again tonight. She has made some outrageous claims about the CEO, about senior councillors in this place, and once again, with the most mild scrutiny on one of her statements, it was found to be wrong. And again, and I'm sure that if I had more time to scrutinise what was said and to go through this, I'd be able to find flaws in most all of her arguments. Now, that is one of the reasons that we should always take Councillor Johnston's arguments with a grain of salt, because the most mild scrutiny turns them on their head. Now, what I would say is this is about clarity and simplification and to deal with one thing. The purpose of the council meeting is to deal with the business of the council meeting. That is the point of the meeting. Now, a lot of the things that Councillor Johnston in particular pointed out that she objected to the changes were things that Councillor Johnston, in my view, personally uses to slow down the discourse of the meeting. Debate over whether we over the character and nature of the person we're putting as a temporary chair. Honestly, it is. I would argue that it was always procedural in nature. However, the meeting's local law allowed for debate. Well, that's been clarified. When there is a temporary chair required, we can just do it very quickly. We don't have to make a character assessment of the person nominated. Now, I may be more interested in others because I am often the person nominated, but the fact is any of us could have been, and there is no requirement for the nature of the question in front of us that we need to take half an hour on whether a person can chair the meeting for that very small portion. So, once again, other matters that are under consideration were that when the chair has, when Councillor Johnston, it normally is, sometimes it's other councillors, but it often is, accuses the chair of this meeting, Councillor Landers, of inappropriate conduct, that can now be dealt with quickly. And rather it being a half-hour episode every week, we can now deal with it in 5 minutes. I think it's important that we understand the objective of why we come. We meet in this place to deal with the business of the council to make the city better. That's the point. And the point isn't to play word games with the meeting's local law. The point isn't to the point isn't to gum up the meeting with procedural debate. It is to discuss the meeting's content. Now, I reject now. Now, hang on.
Councillor Johnston, Councillor Griffith. Councillor Wines, please continue.
I don't accept that the idea that the objective of this meeting is to deal with the business of the meeting is corrupt. I wholly and absolutely reject that. That accusation. Councillor Griffiths is saying he believes that dealing with the business of council is corrupt, and I don't agree with him. And I think in his heart he doesn't really either. But he's trying to be controversial for the point of getting, of making this more interesting than it in fact is.
Councillor Wines, your time has expired. Further speaker, Councillor Griffith.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And look, even the way this meeting has been organised, we've spent 8 hours today debating, we spent 8 hours yesterday, and then we have this huge meeting set 15 minutes after the previous meeting, and we're debating really significant issues, the sale of assets. We're debating huge issues here, and it's being pushed through a council meeting on a late night when we're all really tired is appalling. And it says a lot about the integrity of this mayor, or lack of integrity about this mayor. I want to talk about two issues here. The meeting's laws changes, local law changes, and also the Councillor Ethics Committee Councillor Ethics membership. The first one is... that's good, that gives me more time.
Yeah.
That gives me more time, because trying to squeeze all this in is really difficult. But what we know is, what I know from my experience in this council is under Lord Mayor Campbell Newman and the LNP, any changes to the rules in this place were always done by a committee of working group between the opposition and the major party. So it was Labor and the LNP, and we had to negotiate those rules, and we agreed on those rules. I see the Deputy Mayor is very confused there. I get that she would be. And then under Lord Mayor Graham Quirk, he also did that as well. So we always reached agreement about the changes to the rules and how this place worked. Then this little guy comes along, takes control of the chamber, and it's like, you're going to do it my way no matter what. I have never seen anything like it. But so the rules are just being done as some sort of agreement with his pals up in the state parliament, and then they get changed to what he wants, and then he hasn't even got the guts to say, well, actually, and we're making all these other changes as well. Hasn't even got the guts to say that. I have no respect for you. I have no respect for you. You're not even being realistic or democratic. What we need here is to go back to the drawing board and negotiate these rules. We need to go back to both sides, sitting down, including the Independent and the Greens, and get some agreement about the way this place works. Imposing it like this, Lord Mayor, at the end of a busy day, last meeting of the term, is appalling. It's scary in terms of democracy, and it's really scary for the future of our city. We all need these meetings to work. We need the debate to flow freely, and we need people's ideas to be robust and heard. And we need to be given information to inform these debates. And what you're doing at the moment is the opposite. And you've done it all your way through power. You block people off, you close them, you shut things down, And that's your way of governing. And that is the wrong way of governing for the city, and it's the wrong way of governing in terms of democracy. I'm appalled. I don't support this.
Further speaker? Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on Clause 3 regarding the meetings amending Local Law 2026. And before I start, thank you, Councillor Johnston, for highlighting some more changes that I wasn't aware of, because, again, like through the Chair to Councillor Griffiths, that, you know, just you outlining that we're all tired and we're trying to look at all these very heavy laden topics and issues. Anyway, the reason I was motivated to get into politics was the environment, social justice and our very fragile democracy. And I want our kids to grow up in a safe world where communities can be heard and have a voice, where governments actually genuinely support our community. Here, this proposed amendment further erodes democracy and silences our community. This is a total abuse of power. Behind closed doors and without consultation with our community and this council, and the administration is forcing through more new amendments of the meeting's local laws that fundamentally undermine the voice of the people. They haven't just rewritten the rule book, they've rewritten it to silence dissent. Let's look at some of the changes in this new law, and I note that Councillor Nicole Johnston also outlined more as well. Section 34, Part 2, each councillor may submit no more than 3 questions on notice for each ordinary meeting, limiting the information that council are given, along with the changes to council's inspection of records policy. Section 35, Part 13, a period of 3 hours should be allowed for debate on all committee reports unless council resolves otherwise. And if I'm interpreting correctly, that allows the LNP to close committee report debates early. Yep. That's disgusting and completely undemocratic, where we're not able to have robust debate and have a voice for our community. We're here to represent our community. Section 36, Part 2, the Chair would no longer need to allocate motions to minority councillors on a pro-rata basis. This even further gags councillors that aren't in the LNP. There are many more nasty surprises in this amendment to our meeting's local law, outlined by Councillor Nicole Johnston. We already have critical undemocratic changes already, and I just want to highlight those. Speaking times cut in half from 10 minutes to 5 minutes. Critical debate on multi-billion-dollar committee reports arbitrarily capped at 3 hours, which stops debate on most of the agenda items. Severe restrictions to debate on notices of motion from opposition councillors. Again, this is a total abuse of power, and you're delusional if you think otherwise, to be honest. This LNP administration constantly pushes through unpopular changes to our city, and these new amendments block our scrutiny and accountability. Every single one of us relies on local government to manage our suburbs, our parks, our infrastructure and our city's future. When debate is silenced, it's the residents of Brisbane who lose their right to be heard. I honestly don't know how all the LNP councillors can sleep at night. Where is your integrity and conscience? Your job is to represent and speak for your residents in these chambers. This meeting's local law is supposed to be a reflection of good governance and healthy democracy. We all, councillors, have a voice for our community. This LNP administration is telling the residents of Brisbane, we don't want to hear your concerns and we don't want to debate our decisions in an open space, openly. But a $4 billion city budget demands rigorous scrutiny, not a rubber stamp. This side of the chamber should not be gagged while massive decisions are rushed through these chambers' meetings. The meeting's local law should operate with full transparency, not cut debating time or minimise questions and limit motion time. Our community deserves a council to operate with decency, transparency, accountability, to create a vibrant, sustainable and affordable city for our community. Accountability shouldn't be cut, and democracy should have a time limit. Shouldn't have a time limit, sorry.
Further speaker? Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Sitting here, after reading this, and I did read it, even though we do enter the 12th hour, the 11th hour that we've been in this chamber, with a special meeting that, on the record, the Deputy Mayor, well, everyone, including the Lord Mayor, on the public record on that side, says these are nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. This is just very normal. And what is going through with this item is a continuation of the erosion of the democracy that we are all here to be a part of. And democracy is fragile. And it's fragile in the sense that a place like Brisbane City Council, every form of government needs robust debate to be able to see multiple point of views, to make collective decisions. What we see with the changes in the meeting laws previously and what we see today is the continual erosion of that democracy and the opportunity for anyone else, particularly those in opposition, to be able to functionally do our statutory job, which is citywide issues. And I want to go on about a specific area when we're talking about questions on notice. Functionally, and I want to follow this up, because we as opposition council, as councillors can no longer do citywide information requests. And it's clear from the numbers last Tuesday there wasn't anyone on the Liberals.
No, none of them.
Two? Searching for information. That the ability to put questions on notice, to ask questions of this council and how it functions citywide is again being reduced. And there's a lot of things that people have mentioned today which makes me wonder why there is so much silence from the LNP councillors. So much silence. And it's because, the reason I wonder is because, aren't you here for democracy? No. Obviously not. Are you here for debate? No. Are you here to understand and deliver for residents across Brisbane? That's, you know, our job. We're here to fight for our residents, but we're also trying to do the best for the city that I know I love. And the only thing that all these changes indicate is that there is something to hide. You do not proceed with reducing transparency.
That's right, you go the other way.
You go the other way.
Yep.
If it's so great, if it's so good, if everything's running on time and Brisbane is keeping moving, right, then why are you reducing transparency? Why are you taking away the opportunity for opposition's councillors to go into these meetings and have their say? And at the end of the day, and I will take Councillor, can I call you Steve? No, Councillor Griffiths, that interjection. And it's about power. It's about maintaining power, the fear of losing power. It's abuse of power. We will not be voting for this. Absolutely. This is like, hell no. Hell no. But it is shameful, this abuse of power and this consolidation of power. And I ask again, Lord Mayor, what are you so afraid of?
Further speaker? It says no further speaker. Lord Mayor, right to reply.
Thank you. We heard the repetition of a lot of false claims, a lot of conspiracy theories again, and the sort of the holier than thou attitude of Labor and Greens that that somehow there would never be any changes considered if they were in government. Just remember what's happening here. There's been an unwinding of changes that were forced onto local government by the Labor state government without consultation, not just us, but any local government. The former Labor government came in and...
Councillor Johnston. Councillor Johnston, stop calling out. Lord Mayor.
The former Labor government came in and made a whole range of changes that impacted on local governments, not just ours, but across the state, and they didn't consult. They just forced it on them. And there was a special range of changes for Brisbane City Council, which we can only find one source for those changes, and it was the Labor Party election review for one of their failed elections. And so they took some recommendations out of a Labor Party election review and they forced it on Brisbane City Council without consultation, without explanation. They just rammed it through. And so it shouldn't surprise anyone that these changes are being unwound by a government that respects local government.
Yeah.
Because that is exactly what's happening. The previous government had no respect for local government, treated it as a punching bag. This government said, we will unwind those changes. And so that is exactly what's happening. But if we really want to talk about, I guess, democracy, what about that time when the former Labor government changed the entire Queensland voting system in the middle of the night with no notice? They changed it from optional preferential voting with 10 minutes notice, or was it 18 minutes? 18 minutes notice. And this is the system that everyone in the state votes on. The system of optional preferential voting was recommended by Fitzgerald. See, apparently they're fans of Fitzgerald tonight. Labor unwound that with 18 minutes notice, changed the entire democratic system for our state. And they have the hide to come in here. I mean, it is a joke. It is a joke. The crocodile tears, the performative, I guess, the death of democracy kind of stuff that we've heard. It is a sad indictment on the way that the opposition operates, that they are simply, I guess, criticising the unwinding of some legislation that was unfairly put on Brisbane City Council in the first place. But let's go back beyond that. Many of the changes, simply put it back to the way that Labor had when they were in administration for Jim Sawley for all those years. And so they were quite happy with a situation like this to exist back then. They thought it was perfectly reasonable and acceptable, yet now it's suddenly outrageous. And so there is no credibility in their arguments. Their arguments are all manufactured. The tears are crocodile tears. But we know that this is simply unwinding Labor changes which were designed for very political reasons to impact negatively on local government. And if you talk to councils up and down the state of Queensland, you will find every council has a story about how the changes brought in by the former Labor government were an absolute debacle for local government. Every council will have those stories. So it's not even just about us. It's about every council. It's about making sure that we can do our job. Now, there's one councillor in here that's particularly concerned about the loss of the ability to waste endless amounts of time during a council meeting. Now, I won't mention any names, but one councillor in particular wants to use every excuse in the book to waste time and then complains there's not enough time for debate. Like, we heard Councillor Wines give an example of how...
Lord Mayor, your time has expired. I now put item 3A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Johnston. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerk, please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 8 against.
The item's carried. Lord Mayor, item 3B.
Thank you. Item 3B is the appointment of Councillor Wines to the Council's Ethics Committee. Council's Ethics Committee and its membership were established on the 3rd of September 2024 following Council resolution. Now, Councillor Wines, you don't have permission to vote against this one, okay? It was established on the 3rd of September 2024 following Council resolution. Section 58B of the Meetings Local Law provides that Council may alter the constitution of a committee by removing, adding or substituting members. Due to Councillor Landers resigning as a member of the committee on the 28th of May, a new member is required to be appointed. I thank Councillor Landers for her service on the Ethics Committee, and I welcome Councillor Wines, who, given his vast experience as a councillor and also as a former chair of council as well, will be a great addition to the committee.
Further speaker, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. This is the Ethics Committee, of which the Lord Mayor convened originally, asked Labor councillors to participate in years ago, and then at the time of the decision of a vote, went on radio in Brisbane and demanded that members of the Ethics Committee vote in a particular way.
What the?
Labor councillors resigned from that committee and they limped along for a while with just 3 LNP councillors remaining on there. Lord Mayor came back some time later and invited Labor councillors to join this committee again.
New Look Committee.
New Look Committee. There had been some changes made apparently, and we said we would participate as long as he didn't exert political interference in what is supposed to be above politics. An ethics committee supposed to be, and I know it's an off-the-cuff comment, but it just sort of confirms what the Lord Mayor just said to Councillor Wines. You don't have permission to vote against this one. I know you're sort of joking around there, but it is that just struck a chord with me after all of this and remembering the Lord Mayor's behaviour back then when the Ethics Committee was first set up, in trying to exert public pressure, public political pressure on councillors to vote in a particular way on an Ethics Committee. Pretty unethical stuff. And we've got this situation now before us today in what we see before us, the papers that Councillor Landers resigned from the Ethics Committee back in May, a few months ago, and now Councillor Wines is being appointed to that committee that is going to be wound up very shortly as well. Now, the Ethics Committee can operate, we know it can operate with just 3 members. because it did for quite a period of time. It was only LNP members. So why, if this committee is about to be wound up because it'll no longer be in existence under new state legislation, why is the Lord Mayor seeking to appoint another LNP councillor to this? And I guess the more fundamental question is, why did Councillor Landers resign? Yes. Why? Why didn't the Lord Mayor talk about that, Chair?
Why did the Lord Mayor appoint her?
Well, I guess that then leads to more fundamental questions. Why, if Councillor Landers was the chair of council, who was making the determinations which ultimately led to councillors being referred to the ethics committee, of which then she was a member, and then didn't declare conflicts of interest, from what I understand, why was she appointed in the first place? Why did she participate in those meetings? And then why did she resign?
Why now?
Why now, after having participated in so many of those meetings? And the ultimate question is, why didn't the Lord Mayor talk about this? Why didn't he say? There's lots of questions, and maybe apparently he's all about openness, accountability, transparency. But this is just a bit funny and fishy, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's very, again, he just sort of said it's very weird. Yeah, he got up and said this is just as business as usual. Councillor Landers, maybe he would have us believe, was too busy to be on the ethics committee these days.
I think those LNP councillors actually know why.
Yeah, maybe
They're not in on it.
maybe the LNP councillors don't know why either. But that is why the Lord Mayor should have been open and transparent and upfront with councillors, because he is asking us all. So sometimes he treats us collectively as Brisbane, as the council, and that's what he's doing right now. He's seeking the endorsement of the council to appoint a member of a standing statutory committee. Sometimes he doesn't like to include all councillors as the council.
Most times.
Most times he doesn't like to do that these days. But this is a very strange situation. Normally, if somebody resigns from a committee, it's probably pretty public and accessible to all councillors why they do that.
Yep.
But who did Councillor Landers tell? And what did she tell them about her resignation?
Didn't tell me, I'm the deputy.
So, yeah, Councillor Colley is the deputy chair of this committee. Councillor Landers never told her that she was resigning, or Labor councillors. The Lord Mayor never reached out, didn't text me and say, FYI, Councillor Landers is resigning, we'll seek to, which is what he's done previously. This one seems very, very weird.
Councillor Casey, your time has expired. Further speaker? Councillor Johnston.
Oh no, it's fine. I'll go now. I rise to speak on Councillor Landers' resignation from the Ethics Committee and Councillor Wine's appointment. I know why.
You do know why.
Now, I've not made a big deal about this because it's the fourth time that I've taken Brisbane City Council to the Supreme Court.
Absolutely.
And in a couple of weeks, it'll be the fourth time that I've won. There's a consent order that's pending approval by the Supreme Court. Brisbane City Council has admitted that it acted improperly with respect to the handling of the Ethics Committee matter that Councillor Landers was a member of.
Yes.
The grounds in our submission to the Supreme Court outlined her serious conflict of interest in being the person who made the decision, was then completely part of the investigation in terms of the veracity of that decision. She then sat on the committee that then upheld her own original decision, did not provide me with any natural justice as a member of that committee, and thought all of this was okay. Councillor Sandy Landers has acted improperly here. And after this matter was put into the Supreme Court, where I've had to take action to defend myself for the fourth time against this council, who on all four occasions now have been found to do the wrong thing, four Supreme Court actions, four of them. Councillor Wines, I'm speaking the truth. Guess what? The only person who's being dishonest here tonight has been the Lord Mayor and Councillor Cunningham. when they stood up and claimed they were doing this because the state government made them. Well, no one made them do this. Councillor Landers resigned because she was about to be exposed terribly in a Supreme Court action. And this council said, oh, well, she's gone now. You don't need to worry. Not publicly. That's exactly what councillor said. Took council a week to make it public, because I was watching on the council website. There's been no disclosure anywhere, and councillor Landers' bad behaviour here has been outrageous.
Yes, yes.
It's a pretty fundamental tenet that if you're involved in a decision, that decision's under question, you're not the jury and the judge that determines whether it was right or wrong. Yep. That's pretty basic, not for councillor Landers. Councillor Landers comes in here week after week and engages in abuse of power, in party political behaviour, in how she runs this chamber. And she scurried off tonight. She doesn't want to be here. She's going to pretend she's done nothing wrong. Well, she has. And it's now on the public record. It's now on the public record. Councillor Landers resigned because her behaviour has been brought under question in the Supreme Court action I've taken against council. Now, not only that, there are the drama that is ahead for this council. I can't believe that council's continuing on with these code of conduct issues. There are multiple ones lined up. There are 2 in the Supreme Court at the moment, and there are going to be more because of the improper and corrupt way that Brisbane City Council has handled these matters. They failed to offer natural justice to us as councillors. They failed to investigate matters properly. Failed to do it. They're admitting it. In the consent order, they failed to do it properly. Councillor Adam Allen has no idea what he's doing. They're running secret ethics committees. They're not publicising them. They don't put them on the notice. We're not told. Even if you're a councillor before the ethics committee, you're not notified. This administration has been engaging in corrupt behaviour. And it's not me saying it.
It's the Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court. No, it's not the Supreme Court even yet, because they endorse it on the 17th.
Oh, it's a joke.
It's a joke. It's Brisbane City Council's own admission. It's Brisbane City Council's own admission in a consent order. Now, this stuff is wrong. It is wrong. And Councillor Landers has been caught out here doing the wrong thing, and she thinks resigning is going to save her. Well, it won't. Her bad behaviour is outrageous. It demonstrates the complete and utter bias that the chair has engaged in. It demonstrates the incompetence of Councillor Allen. It demonstrates how poor the advice is to the Ethics Committee, and how the improper process, which has been directed at opposition and minority councillors the whole time, has been handled.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Further speaker? Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. So I rise to speak on item 3B, which seeks the appointment of Councillor Wines to Council's Ethics Committee. As has already been discussed, it follows Councillor Landers' resignation, which has left a vacancy. And I've been thinking about this, Mr Deputy Chair. You see, because if there was a vacancy on the opposition side, then the opposition would provide a replacement. There's a vacancy on our side, so we're providing a replacement. There is no conspiracy theory. I think Councillor Wines is the perfect fit for the committee. He's been a councillor for 18 years. He has been the chair of council and a civic cabinet chair. He is calm, he is considered, and he is experienced. I thank Councillor Landers for her service to the committee, and I thank Councillor Wines for stepping up to take on this important role, and I commend it to the chamber.
Further speaker, Councillor Collier.
So let me get this straight. This is the process now, according to the LNP. So I have the unfortunate title of Deputy Chair of this no ethics committee, is how it feels. There's no information, there's no transparency. There's just the rules and the law according to the LNP. That's right. And it is incompetent. So how is it that when this committee, and I knew the history with the Lord Mayor pressuring supposedly a bipartisan committee to make a certain decision in a certain way. When I joined this committee in 2024, I joined with trepidation because I knew that the Lord Mayor liked to politically interfere with the decisions that this committee was to make. But I did it because the other side needs to be in the room and needed to have a voice. That's what I felt at the time. And the alternative is that all of them decide unchecked with no voice of opposition. So I guess we joined, with a great deal of caution, and I feel like my fears have all come true because to this day, not one LNP councillor, not the chair of the Ethics Committee, Councillor Adam Allen, he has not contacted me, has not provided any advice when Councillor Landers resigned from this committee or why. You would think, you know, apparently this LNP council is transparent and proactive and above politics. Why won't they just tell the truth? Why won't they just tell the truth? Now, the Deputy Mayor got up just then and said, well, when there's a vacancy, if a Labor councillor resigns from a committee, they provide a replacement. That didn't happen when Councillor Cassidy left the Environment Committee.
Yeah, that's right.
You replaced him with someone else that you decided. And the Deputy Mayor forgot to mention the facts, which is that the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Mayor are ex officio members of all committees. So they can turn up any time they want. They can provide the numbers. Yes, and we know as well, of course, and Labor councillors have spoken about this today, this committee won't exist very soon because the LNP have changed the rules again at a state government level. And so what we are seeing here before us today is the appointment of a new councillor. No shade to Councillor Wines, I'm sure he's going to have a great time on this committee, but we know that the way in which the decisions are made by the LNP Council, who engage, pay independent investigators, independent in parentheses, they pay these investigators to investigate issues that Councillor Landers made decisions on as a chair. How is that fair? How is that fair? And they come in here tonight and they say, oh, it's just because she's just, you know, she's just resigned and thanks so much for your service. This is the world according to the LNP. They think it's okay to be the judge, the jury and the executioner. They think it's okay. And I mean, gosh, it is just facts according to the LNP because they leave so much out. You know, we could decide once this committee is no longer required to exist to not see through these issues, but the LNP are so hell-bent on punishing non-LNP councillors. It is, and that's all this is. That is what I have been trying to say. That is all this committee is. It is the LNP's political plaything that they use to punish people who they don't like what they are saying.
Yes, that's it.
And that has been the theme, time and time again. And that is symptomatic of 22 years of being in charge. 22 years, they think they can do whatever they like, say whatever they like, put whoever they want on the committee to make these decisions and not be transparent about it at all. I mean, come on. They're passing notes to each other now. God knows what they're going to say next. I'm very interested to hear what Councillor Allen has got to say. Very interested indeed. And I can tell you the next Ethics Committee meeting is going to be very, very fascinating.
Further speaker?
Thank you.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on the appointment of Councillor Wines to the Ethics Committee, and I think that, you know, given his experience as a councillor, both as a whip and a chair of council, he's well suited to fulfil this role. He has a very good working knowledge not only of council overall but also the local laws by which this chamber is administered. And I think everybody would agree that he's considered a fair and measured individual, so he will fit this role particularly well. And, you know, in summary, the role of the Ethics Committee is to review the facts of a case. We review.
Councillor Johnston. Councillor Johnston. Councillors. Councillor Johnston. Councillors. Councillor Griffith.
Just corrupt.
Councillor Griffith, stop calling out. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. So, the role of the Ethics Committee, in summary, is to review the facts of the case and review the reports and recommendations provided by the external independent investigator.
They're as independent as you are.
Councillor Griffith.
Once. Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. So once those reports are tabled and reviewed, well, the committee discusses and deliberates on those reports, and a view is reached about the reports and the appropriate finding and any sort of penalty that might apply. So that, in essence, is what occurs. And I think Councillor Wines is well placed to be involved in those reviews and deliberations. So, just finishing up, Councillor Cassidy made a point earlier about the resignation of ALP members of that committee previously, and during that period, when they were not members of the committee didn't meet. So, it was great to see them to come back and join that committee. Councillor Collier, I would point out too, has sat in those meetings, and not surprisingly, we don't always agree on every finding, but nonetheless there have been occasions where we've agreed, occasions where we haven't agreed, occasions where there's been abstentions, but ultimately Councillor Collier sat in those deliberations. When Councillor Landers was in the room, she never made a comment about whether Councillor Landers should have been there or not. So, in summary, I think Councillor Wines is a great appointment to this committee. Thank you.
Further speaker. Councillor Johnston. Councillor Johnston, please respect the other councillors. Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on the appointment of Councillor Wines to replace Councillor Landers on the Ethics Committee. The Ethics Committee is being taken to the Supreme Court by multiple councillors for being unethical. There are many. There is a long list. There's a long list of reasons why for each lawyer and for each barrister, and nearly every single one of them contains natural justice. And look, we can hear it, but the reason why there has been a step down is because there was poor and corrupt practice. That is what actually happened. You cannot make decisions to get someone to that spot and then decide on the punishment. And I think what's really important, because we've just got to keep repeating it, because I want the Liberal councillors, the backbenchers, to understand this is no conspiracy, like the Deputy Mayor stood here and said. There's no conspiracy to this. This is just fact. The fact of the matter is there was no choice for Councillor Landers but to step down.
That's right.
There was no choice. Should she, through you, Deputy Chair, have remained, that would have continued to put the LNP Council and this Ethics Committee, which is being investigated for its malpractice, into even deeper trouble. And the concession was the step down. And it is this council, from my understanding, through Councillor Johnston's case, fourth case now to the Supreme Court, against this council, it is this council that's already admitted through a consent order that the Ethics Committee has not been functioning and mistakes, critical, corrupt mistakes have been made. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is what's happened, this is what's happening, and there is more to come. So what this brings into question to me, because I do want to, I've got to say, through you, Deputy Chair, good on you, Nicole.
Yeah, that's
good on you, Trina.
Good on you, Councillor Johnston. Being in here, being told constantly, being gaslighted, constantly, bullied, and still taking this council to the Supreme Court. And I'm taking this council to the Supreme Court. There is so much that is to come. The Ethics Committee is a kangaroo court that is a tick and flick.
That's not the same for you.
It's a tick and flick. It's a kangaroo court. There's absolutely no proof anywhere that the Ethics Committee is reading anything. No. Not even in the minutes. And that's why Councillor Wines, no shade, absolutely no shade, is being asked or has been recommended to step up. This is a clean-up job, but it's too late.
Well said. Well said.
It's too late.
Further speaker, Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. I just have 2 dates that I need to put on the record here, refuting Councillor Allen's false claims.
Yeah, what was he doing on those 2 days?
What did he do on the 22nd of September, 2023, and the 24th of March, 2023?
What was he doing?
He's thinking. He's thinking we'll give him maybe 10 seconds just to work it out.
No idea, he said. He's got no idea, he said.
Got no idea? You sure about that?
Can you please enlighten us?
Absolutely. In fact, it's the Councillor Ethics Committee minutes, publicly accessible. Now, should we just go back in time and look back at what Councillor Allen just said? He just said, no, we didn't meet. We didn't meet without Labor councillors there. Then why are these minutes accessible online, Councillor Allen?
What do they show?
Oh,
who was present?
All right, let's see.
Read it out.
Councillor Adam Allen. Oh! Okay, that's number 1. There's only 3, remember. Only 3. Councillor Tracy Davis, LMP. Finally, Councillor Sandy Landers, who's now...
He said they didn't sit with us.
Yes, Councillor Adam Allen, will you withdraw that? Because will you get up and correct the record? I think you should.
How can he be in charge if he doesn't even remember
Now,
2 meetings where they made decisions?
This is extremely unethical coming from a councillor who's in the Ethics Committee. The second thing that's unethical is that we're admitting the same councillor who said that I was crazy because of the full moon. Wow, I don't even know what to say, but
anything he said.
yeah, this just...
He doesn't even know.
And he's in charge of the ethics.
Yeah, he is the chair. He is the chair.
Councillor Adam Allen, Chair of Ethics Committee. Now, can we try this again, please? Do you remember what you were doing on the 22nd of September, 2023?
Councillor Kim, anything?
Through you, Chair. does Councillor Adam Allen, the chair of the Ethics Committee, remember what he was doing on the 24th of March 2023 and the 22nd of September 2023? Through you, Chair, do we believe that Councillor Adam Allen knows what he was doing on those days? The chair of the Ethics Committee, who only...
They never met without...
So just to go back in time...
He either doesn't know or he lied.
He stood up. We'll wait.
Yeah.
I don't understand. This is the Ethics Committee. And 5 minutes ago, he just claimed that they did not meet when Labor councillors were not in the Ethics Committee anymore. Then why are these documents publicly accessible? Why does it state that there were only 3 LNP councillors who met on the 22nd of September and the 24th of March 2023?
Finding councillors guilty.
Are we going to get a confession here? We're just going to wait. You know, now we've got. Will we hear him nod his head and remember what he's done?
Got anything to say?
Blink twice.
You know, I've got.
Blink twice if you.
I've got until the full moon to wait. You know. Councillor Wines as well. Yes, he's meant to go onto the Ethics Committee now because this is meant to make things better. The same man who said that I was crazy because of the full moon. And then we've got the unethical ethics chair who then made a false claim about the fact that he did not run a meeting, but we have 2 meeting minutes. Right now, right here. You know, we're happy to CC all the councillors here and circulate it in case you can't find it for yourself.
It's on
but,
the internet.
you know, we're waiting. There's 1 minute to go now. We're waiting.
We've got time to print it out.
Should we print it out and run it to you? We're waiting. 50 seconds. Will he admit that he was there and he ran these meetings as the chair?
Is he going?
No.
He won't admit it.
This is astonishing. Astonishing. Is this really the best the LNP can produce?
Is this real?
Is this? Am I daydreaming? Because, you know, last time this happened, Councillor Johnson won. And guess who was the chair at the time? LNP's Angela Owen. Wow. Well, you know what? This is, 20 seconds to go. We're waiting.
TikTok.
A good TikTok.
Anything happening? 10 seconds. Nothing? All right, so.
Can't wait to the next Ethics Committee meeting.
See you at the next Ethics Committee meeting.
Further speaker? Councillor Griffith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
They never thought this was going to happen.
That's why they put it on at 9 o'clock on Thursday night after the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this must be humiliating for the Lord Mayor, and I think this must be humiliating for the LNP. And I think when their colleagues look at the performance in this chamber, their performance and the way they can't control the chamber, it must be really humiliating. And that's what it's been like for the 23 years I've been here. It's been humiliating for the LNP. They've very rarely been able to control this chamber. You can't control the chamber unless you earn everyone's respect. And you earn people's respect by treating them well.
Equally.
Treating them equally. And we're all elected here. And for better or worse, we're all here and we've got to find a way forward. But unfortunately, this mayor and this council, this LNP council, think it's about control. And it's not about control. So let's talk about the Ethics Committee. Congratulations, Councillor Johnson. Your tenacity astounds me, and I'm just so impressed with you. As someone who's been through the Ethics Committee multiple times over my 23 years in this council in various forms, can I put on the record that it's never been a resident who's made the claims against me. It's never been a staff member who's complained about me. Multiple times it's been the LNP. It's been used politically. They don't like what you say, they don't like what you do, and you go before the Ethics Committee. And Sandy Landers, her biased ruling through this whole process, I've wanted to challenge and have challenged all the way. To have a chairperson argue with you, you'd never see that at a state or federal level. You only see that at council level. It's appalling. And what they've found out, what the Supreme Court have judged, is that it's actually unfair for the person who's passing judgment on you to be the person sitting on the committee judging you. That's just sort of Western society law, but it's not in Brisbane City Council. And the fact that the Lord Mayor doesn't understand that, I think for me more profoundly, the fact that city legal and city governance, our people up there, paid huge amounts of money, don't understand that and doing the work of the LNP, disgusts me and shows the implications of how entwined the LNP are in the governance of this city. It is disgusting in a way that I have never seen in government before. And I think there should be people removed from their positions up there. But what I would say is this is really about bad judgment of the Lord Mayor and bad judgment of Councillor Landers. And Councillor Landers can't be bothered to be here. How humiliating. How humiliating. Our own little Opus Dei is sitting up there judging people, but she can't be here in the chamber to speak up. Yep. This is appalling. I think it actually needs, this council, the other thing I want to put on record is ratepayers should be aware every time the Lord Mayor or Sandy Landers does one of these, it costs them $30,000. Like that, no, 30,000 plus. It costs ratepayers $30,000 plus to run the council side of things. Then to defend us, costs the local government insurance a lot of money as well. So you have all these lawyers making a lot of money. Yeah. And they're producing no outcomes for ratepayers. The amount of money this Lord Mayor and this LNP administration are wasting on ratepayer money on attacking the opposition, do you know what? All the charges I've had have never made a difference to my result, and it keeps going up. Yeah. And strangely enough, that's what Chris Foley says too. He says it's up to the ratepayers to make the judgment about how your councillor performs. So this is astounding.
Councillor Griffith, your time has expired.
I think this is appalling what's going on.
Further speaker? It says no further speaker. Lord Mayor, right or reply. Now I now put item 3B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerk, please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 8 against.
The item is carried. Lord Mayor, item 3C.
Thank you. Item 3C is the proposed sale of 166 Ann Street, which is also known as the former School of Arts. Late last year, Councillor Howard shared with the Chamber our plan to seek proposals from organisations willing to partner with us to restore and repurpose the School of Arts building. So that process went underway. There were no feasible proposals received during this process, and so the building will progress to sale. The two organisations who expressed an interest, neither of them had any money to put towards it or any ability to operate it on an ongoing basis. This building is not suitable as a community facility without a significant, and I mean tens of millions of dollars upgrade, and that's not something that we're going to do because we focus on the suburbs of Brisbane. Our priority is the suburbs of Brisbane. So we are not going to invest money into a building that we don't have a need for, but we know that this will find a new owner who will no doubt put some investment into it. The building is heritage listed, so it can't be demolished. It is something that will continue to be an asset for the city going forward in terms of its built form. And just like we've seen, the Customs House building and other heritage-listed buildings be taken on by private owners and be used for various purposes, this is exactly what we would envisage happening with the School of Arts building. I think when it comes down to Labor councillors, obviously they have already indicated that they don't like this for some reason. For some reason, they're always saying that money shouldn't be spent on the inner city and it should be spent in the suburbs, yet their two big projects they like are King George Square revitalisation. Can't get more inner city than this, and apparently now ratepayers' money should be put into this building, which we don't have a use for. So I commend this item to the Chamber.
Further Speaker, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, welcome to the brave new world of the LNP. Once they get in at a state level and here in council after 22 years, they're flogging off another piece of Brisbane's history. And the Lord Mayor says under the LNP, apparently things that are heritage listed can't be knocked down. Give us a break. I mean, they can burn down sometimes, can't they? Broadway Hotel, just by accident being burnt down 3 times. I mean, the School of Arts building has been at risk of burning down for a long time because I think, no, I can't say that, can I? No. I mean, they left the gates open at the place. You could just wander up there. I remember going up there and finding all sorts of aerosol cans and lighters and all sorts of stuff on the veranda of this place years ago. And I'm sure it's still like that at the moment. The LNP's stewardship of this heritage-listed asset is nothing short of a disgrace. Now, the Lord Mayor just got up here and sort of made out like there's never been a proposal on the table to save the historic School of Arts building. It's like nobody's ever had any money on the table or anything like that interest in maintaining, there's that word again, maintaining a heritage asset. Now, just like the Story Bridge, which is listed on the Heritage Register, the School of Arts building listed on the Heritage Register, and the owner has very specific legislative requirements around its maintenance. The School of Arts was transferred to council back in 1966 for a public library and then had later become a space for community organisations for now what is generations since that time. Now, it was 6 years ago, just after the Lord Mayor had become the Lord Mayor, that he announced he would restore the School of Arts. Now, he's got up today and made out like that never happened, like that project never even existed. They committed $6 million back then, and we welcomed that announcement and encouraged them to get on with the work. And we had been advocating for an investment in this historic building, which is a part of the sort of built history of Brisbane, the historic fabric of our city, after so much of that built history had been destroyed by the National Party and the Lord Mayor's political hero, Joh Bjelke-Petersen. And so much of the city's history had been destroyed by that National and Liberal Party government, by somebody the Lord Mayor looks up to, for his style of government anyway. And so this was one of the last pieces that we have left in Brisbane that this Lord Mayor was supposed to be a key steward of. When he took on the Lord Mayoralty, and then he went and announced that, he made out to the people of Brisbane 6 years ago that he had a plan to save the School of Arts building. This all sounds so familiar, doesn't it? Just another broken promise by this Lord Mayor. It sounds just like the Story Bridge again. Now, Council wants us to believe that the building's deterioration was due, if you read the papers, was apparently due to leasing it to community groups over 10 years ago. As the owner of this building, Council is responsible for its upkeep, but they failed. Yeah. Now, as we said, it's the same story as the Story Bridge. These aren't things that happen in isolation and without the knowledge of the LNP, without the knowledge of the Lord Mayor and the knowledge of Councillor Howard as not just the chair of the committee that was supposed to look after it, but as the local councillor. Is she okay with just flogging off these heritage assets?
She supports it.
She's supporting this. They weren't kept in the dark about its deterioration. It was deteriorating at their hands. They had all the details at their fingertips and they ignored it. And what's worse is that the money was on the table. And in the end, they decided to spend that money on advertising and on overseas travel. Yeah. And now Brisbane pays the price. We're going to lose this iconic piece of Brisbane history in the heart of the city. Now, the building needs work, of course, but for this LNP regime, it's not a priority. We heard that from the Lord Mayor today. What he would rather spend council money on, ratepayers' money on, is millions of dollars for ballooning advertising bills, for Pilates and pancakes in parks.
Travelling.
Overseas travel, and the Lord Mayor dropped this on his way out before. I think it's his itinerary for the round-the-world trip that he's about to go on. Three stops or five. Lord Mayor dropped that scurrying out earlier. His priorities are all wrong. People don't want to see him do that. They want to see him protect the heritage of our city.
Expired. Further speaker, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on item 3C, the proposed sale of 166 Ann Street, Brisbane. Late last year, Council sought proposals from external organisations that could partner with us to help restore and repurpose the School of Arts building. We were hoping to work alongside a partner to reinvigorate this grand old dame. To facilitate this, we undertook a public market sounding campaign to see what was possible. However, the cost to restore and maintain this type of building is very high. Of the proposals received, none were considered feasible to move forward. This wasn't necessarily surprising, and so we're now looking to progress to the sale of this building. Across Brisbane, we've seen iconic heritage buildings be restored and activated through private investment. Take the former Treasury building, which is currently undertaking work so that it can bring a university campus right to the heart of the city. Now, I have no doubt Labor and the Greens, we've already heard some of it, will respond with performative outrage to this item. Opposition is easy, Chair, particularly when you choose to be lazy and oppose everything. By progressing to sale, we can help facilitate the revitalisation of this iconic building through private sector. Mr Deputy Chair, nobody interrupted the Leader of the Opposition when he was speaking. Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Opposition, I'll just repeat it. Opposition is easy, Chair, particularly when you choose to be lazy and oppose everything. So by progressing to sale, we can help facilitate the revitalisation of this iconic building through private sector investment. We are confident this heritage building will get a new chapter, One that ratepayers will enjoy but not pay for. Whoever takes up this exciting opportunity will, of course, need to comply with heritage protections and planning requirements to ensure the historic character remains intact. Mr Deputy Chair, we're excited to see the sale of this building lead to its next chapter, one where it can be enjoyed by the community, and I commend this item to the Chamber.
Further Speaker, Councillor Strong.
Yes, Chair, Deputy Chair, sorry. Listen, when I saw this up for sale, or what council wants to do with it, I was quite incensed, actually. I joined the Heritage Committee probably 12 months ago and hoping to try to influence some protection of our heritage because, you know, I was around in the good old, well, not so much good, but bad old Joe days where everything got bulldozed. There was no heritage protection, or it didn't seem to be. Cladland was a prime example. And so I thought, oh, you know, it's just amazing how little we value our heritage, or how many in this chamber probably don't value this particular building, which was built in 1866. A fair time ago, and I had to put it into context for myself, right? So it was originally designed for a home for girls that were training for service in homes and businesses, I suppose, as well. It became the School of Arts in 1878, a technical college in 1902, and of course, as the Leader of Opposition said, a library from 66 through to 81. So it's had a few things that have operated out of it over the years, but the other contextual thing that that really brought it home to me was what else was happening in 1866, right? The Industrial Revolution was just starting. The American Civil War was ending. The Eureka Rebellion was going forward. And I'm just thinking, that sort of put it to me to say how old and how few things in this city are of this age. I mean, the Tower Mill, of course, that was about 20 years before, or a little bit longer. But how many of those sorts of buildings still exist other than a facade? And sadly, a lot of our heritage is just a facade now. The internals are not heritage anymore. In some cases, they become contemporary, right? When you walk inside of them. I mean, this building here, which was certainly nowhere near as old, right? I mean, when Campbell Newman decided to restore this for the cost of about $200 million, it could have just been, you know, the facade could have been left out there for people to look at, and it could have been redesigned and made in a contemporary, modern type building internally. But no, it was heritage. We've got to keep the heritage, or some of it anyways. Now, we only have a few dozen buildings really that we still protect. I mean, this is a state heritage place that we're talking about, right? It's not just a council heritage listing, or what we want to do in regards to preservation, right? And of course, Councillor Cassidy talked about how much money was on the table to restore it. Only probably a half a dozen years ago, and I remember it being in the budget. And of course, that money, that $6 million thereabouts, was not spent doing it up. We've just neglected it, and we've been neglecting it since, well, really since the 80s. Really, we haven't really invested any money. Sound familiar for other things in the city, like the Story Bridge and a few others, right? We've been neglecting it. And of course, we seem to be doing what a lot of people that buy old homes do. They just let them deteriorate to the point where they get permission to tear them down, right? Because they're too far gone. Well, we're doing the same thing here. This is heritage vandalism, and that's what it is. And that is a term, by the way. Look it up. It's when you do not preserve a heritage place or thing, right? And you let it deteriorate to the point where it's not worth probably keeping other than a full restoration or a full rebuild, really, a bit like the Story Bridge.
Councillor Strong, your time has expired. Further speaker? Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. Item 3C proposes the sale of 166 Ann Street, the Brisbane School of Arts building. Late last year, Councillor Howard updated the chamber on our plan to test the market. We went to look for organisations willing to partner with us to restore and repurpose the much-loved building. The School of Arts certainly is a piece of Brisbane's history. It's recognised at both the state and the heritage level. But after years of being vacant, it does need a new lease on life. This was a process that we had already begun back in 2019, before the world changed around us with a pandemic, a major flood, an ex-tropical cyclone, a global inflation crisis, all happening in quick succession. And with all of those pressures being felt, our focus has rightly stayed on frontline services and infrastructure that residents rely on every single day right across our suburbs. Pouring tens of millions of dollars into a major restoration of a city building without a business case and without a clear plan for the building's future isn't a responsible use of money from the ratepayer right now. The building sits empty and it's well short of modern standards. Without lifts, without proper fire safety systems, and without the amenities that modern life needs and requires. It remains one of only a handful of heritage landmarks left in our city with genuinely untapped potential. That's precisely why we went to the market, Deputy Chair, running an open, public market-sounding campaign to find the right custodian for its future. 2 organisations came forward and expressed some interest, but on close examination, neither had the financial capacity to restore the building or to operate and maintain it sustainably over a long term. So with no feasible proposal on the table, the course is to progress to the building to sale. We know this model works. Why do we know this model works, Deputy Chair? Because across our city, heritage places have been brought back to life through private investment. Look at Customs House, Old Government House, the former Treasury building, now set to become a university campus. And of course, who can forget the spectacular revitalisation of Howard Smith Wharves beneath the Story Bridge that Labor opposed? Each one of these sites was underutilised, and now each one of these sites is a thriving part of Brisbane's life, proof of what private investment can achieve. But it's not just us doing it, Deputy Chair. For the benefit of the chamber, I think it's really interesting to see that the Albanese government has identified 67, no less than 67 defence sites for their potential sale. And they're hoping to raise $1.8 billion. Opportunities like this are rare, and we're looking for investment to write the next chapter for this iconic building. Any future owner will be bound by full heritage protections and planning requirements, so the building's historic character is preserved for generations to come. This is a win for the suburbs of Brisbane. It secures the long-term future of a heritage landmark, and it allows, importantly, our council to reinvest in the services and the infrastructure that our residents use each and every single day, and I commend it to the chamber.
Further speaker, Councillor Johnston.
Oh yeah. I rise to speak on I haven't said this word for a long time, but asset sales. Now, this used to be court business for the LNP and the Liberals, and it's back on the agenda, it seems, because there is a dodgy budget situation going on in Brisbane. We've heard from the Lord Mayor today. He's got to pay down his debt and wants to boost his surplus so he can make all those election commitments. And how are they going to do it? Asset sales. And mark my words, this will be the first of many that are going to come up unexpectedly because this administration are very happy to sell off assets. Now, according to the Lord Mayor, we don't have a need for it. We're getting rid of this building because we don't have a need for it. Now, I know because many of my groups have asked about space in that building, that there are hundreds of groups waiting, community groups waiting to use community facilities. Now, a central location would have been really useful for many of those groups. Right? Council spends hundreds of millions of dollars building itself grand towers and then, you know, then it won't invest in the buildings that it was given to steward, protect and manage for the interests of the City of Brisbane. And it hasn't done that. It hasn't done that. So let's say even if a community use might not have got a return on the building if we'd invested in it, there could have been other uses. There could have been other uses. But what this administration did was in 2018 and 19 announce $9 million in the budget to progress the restoration of the building. $9 million. That changed back down to $6 million a year later, and then it just stopped altogether. I didn't stop asking. This is what Council said in January 2022 to me when I asked again for my residents. While timeframes for a redevelopment of the site are yet to be established, I am pleased to confirm that Council has commenced heritage architecture design for refurbishment of the School of the Arts. It's certainly my hope that once the refurbishment is complete, there will be opportunities for organisations such as yours to utilise this unique asset. CEO Colin Jensen. Heritage underway. None of it was done. None of it was done. The dishonesty of this administration, and if it was done, how many millions of dollars have been wasted when this administration had no intention of protecting this building? It sat empty for 16 years. And guess who's been in charge of it for most of that time? Councillor Vicky Howard, as the chair of the committee responsible for community organisations and the local councillor. This is someone who sat back and let neglect unfold. Neglect unfold. Now, the other thing we've heard today is lazy. Yeah, the lazy one has been the chair of communities who knows there are hundreds of groups who want to use space and then calls others lazy because she hasn't been doing her job. Well, not good enough. I want to put on the record these fake statements that heritage can't be demolished. Now, I'll tell you what's happened in my area, and it's exactly what's going to happen here. The heritage-listed morgue, which is part of the old Yurong-Pili DPI site, it was protected, state and council. So the developer was told he had to keep it and restore it. The developer went to the state government and said, oh, we can't really do that. The state government said, OK, then you don't have to. And then council, who are the ultimate approver, said, oh, well, look, the state said it doesn't have to be kept, so we're not going to fight for it either. So you watch the two-step heritage destruction happen with Chris Foley saying, oh, we don't need it from a state point of view, and then the LNP backing them up and saying they don't need it from a council point of view. The heritage protection isn't worth the paper it's written on because of this LNP administration's cosy deal with developers and allowing them to demolish heritage-listed structures in this city. And that's just happened in the last few months in my ward. And that's what's going to happen here too, for sure. Now, of all the proposals received, we don't know what they are. We can't get that information. We're not able to access it. We don't know. We can't trust a single word these people say, a single word. They promised to fix it year after year and didn't. They promised to spend millions on it and didn't.
Councillor
And guess
Johnson,
what?
your time
what
has
if we
expired.
had a property
Point of
arm
order, Chair. Point of order, Chair. Sit down.
Councillor Johnson, your time has expired. Councillor Edelman.
Thank you, Chair. I move that this council now adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors are locked.
Seconded. It's been moved by Councillor Edelman, seconded by Councillor Gibney, that this chamber adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, only when all councillors leave the chamber. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. I also would like to rise on the Ann Street Arts Building. There's a disturbing trend here when it comes to heritage-listed buildings and things in our community, in our city. Obviously this building, we've got the Story Bridge crumbling, and Victoria Park, Bundaberg, which has 80,000 years of heritage listed there. So what's really disturbing is that this council just doesn't manage their budget in a priority where they put these assets front and centre. You should have been maintaining this. You should have been investing in these heritage listed buildings and infrastructure. It's part of the history, yes. But more importantly, community deserve to be able to use these public assets. They should be retained in public hands so our community to access them and utilise them. Yes, exactly. I've got lots of community that come to me that find it hard to find a space because they're all booked out. So I think this is really quite very tragic, really, that you're letting this slip by and just selling it off and not caring about this heritage listed building. It's a beautiful building, yes, and it's in the inner city, so it's close to public transport. It's a place where people can come into the city and enjoy the heritage iconic value of that building. So I feel really upset that you don't care once again, and I really appreciate all the contributions from all the councillors on this side of the chamber on what they've. Sorry. That's all right. So basically I just want to put on record that I'm extremely disappointed that this LNP administration once again don't value heritage listed places and spaces and just give them away because all they care about is developers in their pockets and don't care about our community and value these assets. So that's all I want to say and put on the record. Thank you.
Further speaker? Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak briefly on the and I just want to say this because this is what it's listed under. Disposed surplus property. Surplus property at 166 Ann Street. That's what the LNP Council describes a heritage building of importance in our city. Surplus. That's how it's listed. Public assets have to be cared for by the public. We're the public. And they should remain in public hands. And what we see here is the disposal of a surplus, a history, a building with long history, that this council itself had important heritage, which is why they had previously, 2018 from memory, and then afterwards allocated budget allocations, and now it is just surplus. The things that I've heard in this debate that I will repeat: performative, lazy, a win for our city. A win for our city, a surplus property that is heritage listed, that was in our curatorship, in our guardianship, is just surplus now through this LNP Council, even though historically this same council talked about its importance, allocated money, and then just continued to break promises. And what I also heard is this is a win. Heritage will be preserved. Okay? That's what I heard. In the past 2 years, well, not in private hands. I'm just going to list out a couple of things within the Gab Award that were heritage. an unimaginable amount of pre-1947 houses. Gone. Demolished or gone. Heritage removed from a heritage-listed fence for a development, even though the adjacent property all have heritage listing. Gone. I'm also going to highlight a contentious heritage listing because it was left to decay. And that, of course, is the Broadway Hotel. The Broadway Hotel, completely left to decay. How many fires are we up to now? Three. Three fires. So when I hear it's a win for a city and the heritage is going to be maintained, well, history shows us that that's just not true. It's not true. It's a porky. And I think time will tell and show us just what a win for the city will look like under these circumstances. I think the disposable, I want to just touch base, the disposal of surplus property and land. In one of the info sessions, session 7, I asked specifically about a list of the properties that Brisbane City Council was considering of disposing. Not only were we not given a list, but we were told that the amount is indicative, $15 million. $15 million indicative in the 2026-27 budget of Brisbane City Council properties that are about our assets, public. And when I say our, I'm not talking about us as in Brisbane City Council, I'm talking about a resident in Brisbane. Our assets, the community's assets, the city's assets. And there is a list, I'm sure of it, but there is no transparency for that list. And I expect that we will see more assets go on a fire sale for this council. And you know what? It's a shame, but I just had to get these things down on the record.
Further speaker, Councillor Griffith.
Yes, thank you. And I rise to speak on the sale of this property at 166 Ann Street. I just want to be on the record that, and obviously the Labor team don't support the sale of this this asset. It's a shame that the Lord Mayor couldn't bring this through in one of the meetings during the term when we could have discussed this in a, not at this time of night. And obviously this is part of the strategy, the Lord Mayor and the LNP strategy of hiding things, taking things out in the trash, so forth. But we're still here. Look, we know Brisbane has a growing population. We all keep talking about it. We also know from research that there's increased loneliness across our cities, and there's even greater need for community spaces. And yet our vision here is to sell off this asset, to get rid of this asset, an asset that we've underutilised for so long. This really concerns me, but it's not just this asset. What I've seen during my time in council is that we have over 600 assets like this, and our community facilities are just run down under this mayor and this administration. In fact, I don't think they have any vision for our assets. I don't think they have any vision for community assets. And all we've got to look at is what's happening at Cooperoo, where we know that there was a bowls club there that this council didn't jump in and support and save because it didn't want more community assets, it wants less. Or East Brisbane Bowls Club, where we got rid of it. Actually, the LNP tried this trick on where they tried to sell it off one meeting before Christmas to a developer, and that for a high-rise. They could put the Bowls Club on top of it. That was done, there's just been dodgy deal after dodgy deal after dodgy deal. These people, the LNP administration, the Lord Mayor, they think that they own these assets. They don't. The people of Brisbane own these assets, and it's up to us to maintain them. In fact, the Lord Mayor, one of them, was saying about City Hall. I think it was Councillor Adams. Oh, of course it was Councillor Adams. She was saying how important it was to maintain assets. Yes. Strangely enough, and I won't make the link, but there is an asset in my ward that's now part of an investigation because it appears that what we've done in relation to that asset could actually be corrupt. What? Could be corrupt. It's been determined by the CEO that on investigation of new information that's come to light, that what we did in terms of demolishing part of this asset, because the developer rang up and wanted it demolished, looks like it's corrupt.
Wow. Who was the chair in charge?
Oh, that's right. Now, I won't go there, and every commitment was made to me before the election that, no, this won't happen, this won't happen. We'd never do it, Councillor Griffiths. Then bang, after the election, it happened. But that will all be investigated. The officers will all be interviewed. Records will be covered or uncovered.
It's okay, maybe they're online.
Recovered.
Maybe they're online.
Maybe there's a meeting.
Maybe they're with... Maybe they're on people's phones. But I am glad that it's being investigated properly, because I think this is not the first. I think where there's smoke, there's fire. And I think there's a lot of fire burning with what's happening, particularly in our leasing facilities and in our community area. I think there is a lot of bad stuff happening there. Really bad stuff. And a lot of covering up. And I think it needs to be investigated. And I don't know the deals. That's the issue. I don't know the deals. None of us know the deals sitting behind what's going on here. Is there? Has this been looked at by the Better Suburbs Board? I don't know. We can't see those files anymore, can we? Oh, Lord Mayor doesn't want us to see those files. So for me, that's right. Oh, look, the Deputy Mayor, I think she should be a bit concerned as well for what is going on with community facilities around the place. I think a number of LNP councillors should be very concerned about what's going on with community facilities. I'm extremely concerned. And once again, they've got form. They've got form. And somehow I think there's a lot of bad karma coming their way.
Further speaker? Well, as there's no further speaker, Lord Mayor, right of reply. Sorry, microphone.
Yeah, thank you. We've heard that apparently Labor opposes asset sales now when their federal colleagues are selling off the heritage-listed Victoria Barracks, which are just a stone's throw away from here. But they're okay with that. That doesn't count. That's totally fine. They haven't raised any concerns about that. They're not mounting a campaign about that. That's totally fine, because that's Labor doing something. But they're apparently outraged about this one. The reality is, you know, Councillor Cassidy has been the opposition leader probably about 6 years now. And, well, I don't know, maybe longer, but at least 6 years. And I don't recall too many times where he's actually even raised the issue of the School of Arts at all. Like,
sorry, Lord Mayor. Councillor Collier. Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Kim. Opposition councillors. Councillor Kim, the Lord Mayor has the floor. Lord Mayor.
Yeah, he's never cared about it before, so why start now? He's been in the role a significant period of time and had taken no interest whatsoever in this one. But he does rail against any inner city expenditure. He complains there's not enough money for the suburbs. And you can just imagine if you spent...
Councillors, please remain silent when other councillors are speaking. Lord Mayor.
You can just imagine if you spent the significant sum of money to fully upgrade this building, and this is nothing to do with maintenance. There's no DDA access, there's no modern standards in this building. It would require a full upgrade of tens of millions of dollars. They would no doubt complain about that as well. And they would say, oh, the money should be spent somewhere else. So, look, we're really clear that the best outcome for this particular building and for the ratepayers is that it finds a new owner. And so that's what we're going to do here, and we think it is the right outcome. And we know that any concerns that Labor says they have are not real, because they haven't raised concerns about Victoria Barracks being sold or Labor asset sales. They conveniently forget that Labor governments privatised Queensland Motorways, privatised the Brisbane Airport, privatised the Port of Brisbane. These were all Labor privatisations.
It's irrelevant, apparently.
They suddenly want to rewrite history to think that nothing like this would ever happen under Labor. And so the reality is, I think we can move forward here with a better outcome, a good outcome for the people of Brisbane, a better outcome for the building itself. And I think it will be a positive thing, because this will be something which can find a new owner, they can invest in it, and then it can live on in a new life, in a new role. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I now put item 3C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Johnston. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerk, please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 8 against.
The item is carried. Councillors, please return to your seats. Lord Mayor, item 456.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. Items 4, 5 and 6 are in relation to the delegation of powers which come through here each year as delegations are amended and updated. City Legal has performed an annual review of the list of delegations and have made recommendations to make sure that they are correct and they reflect the current operating and decision-making needs of the Council, as well as any legislative amendments that have happened. This year, the review was mainly driven by legislative changes made by the Queensland Government. In addition, various business and work areas in Council proactively reviewed legislation under which they operate to determine if there are any powers contained in any legislation that would aid Council in performing its duties more effectively and efficiently. Of the 20 delegations presented today for resolution, 13 are powers that have already been determined by Council to be appropriate for delegation and are simply being remade under the specific head of power. This is to correct any administrative irregularity that might be perceived by any changes in legislation and updating existing powers to ensure that any changes to the nature of work being carried out by Council officers are being appropriately captured. The remaining 7 delegations presented today are new and are required due to evolving operational needs for business or work areas that have been articulated by and identified through Council policies, procedures and practices. And those policies, procedures and practices have warranted the additional source of powers provided under this proposal. In addition to the new delegations, it's also proposed by this item to revoke 17 delegations that are no longer required or are redundant. The revocations include delegations that have been remade previously due to legislative amendments. So, as I said, this is something that comes through each year as delegations are amended and updated to ensure that the organisation has is operating as effectively as it can under the legislative framework that we operate under. Thank you.
Further speaker, Councillor Cassidy.
No way are we supporting this tonight. After what we have seen from this regime over the last few days, and particularly over the last few hours, the Lord Mayor said he wants to bring in all these new delegations to enact all these secret policies that have been brought into this place. And we know that's the case because in previous items we had before us, particularly around how petitions are now being dealt with, it says it relates to these policies which don't exist, which you can't find anywhere, are not listed on the LG Hub for papers. This is just some murky mess. And you cannot take the Lord Mayor at his word.
Yeah.
He's demonstrated that a lot over the years, but particularly tonight, he has demonstrated that. Now, there are delegations, obviously, that make sense about just sort of ordinary day-to-day business operations of council around who can approve through a sort of delegation tree, the purchase of stationery, whatever, all the sort of normal, ordinary business stuff, right? But to have them altered in such a way before us today deserves more than the explanation of why that we just got from the Lord Mayor, who just said all these new delegations are just to make his life easier in the regime. So there is less accountability, more rubber stamping, less light shone onto decision making by this council, the elected council. Now the delegate. Plenty more travel time for him because he knows he controls these delegations and he's just lining up that February trip. That February trip he's got lined up for LA next year. But delegation should not come at the expense of transparency and accountability. And after speaking on these items and listening to the LNP's garbage reasons earlier, there's no surprise why we're worried on this side of the chamber about transparency in this process before us tonight. When council collectively here and the majority are making this decision, delegate powers away from elected representatives, from the elected council, it's important that appropriate oversight remains in place and that significant decisions continue to be subject to scrutiny. In particular, we note in what is laid out before us today that we have a delegation to the CEO relating to senior executive employment, a delegation to the CEO to make submissions in response to consultation invitations. We wonder why they're trying to mop up this mess they created over the last couple of months. We wonder why that one's included in there. And there's broad delegations for grant applications. Now, in point 6, it also gives the CEO all of council's powers under the City of Brisbane Act to make decisions on what is actually before us today in the special meeting. So clause 1, from the pensioners' partial rebate, the rebate for not-for-profit kindies, for housing providers and infrastructure charges. So why can these powers, which are special to us as a council and important for us to exercise on behalf of the people who elect us, being left now in the hands of one single person who is not elected, and is only answerable to the Lord Mayor? The Lord Mayor can direct the CEO to do what he wants. So does this mean now that the CEO of her own volition or at the direction of the Lord Mayor pull the trigger at any time to remove rebates and put a bit of extra cash in council's pocket without anybody in here knowing? and without any member of the public knowing if things get really desperate for the LNP.
Can't even call the file on it.
And you can't call the file on it anymore. So what is the point of voting and making decisions in this chamber at any point going forward if E&C and the Lord Mayor more directly and the CEO can override those decisions now through these delegations? It's just very concerning regime-type behaviour, wanting more centralised control and power in the hands of the Lord Mayor and directed through the CEO, blocking any debate, any dissent, even any questions. This is very
Council
bad
Cassidy,
governance.
your time has expired. Further speaker? Councillor Johnston.
Oh, yeah. Most definitely. I rise to speak on the dodgy delegations proposed by the Lord Mayor and the LNP. And I've been very consistent about this in the whole time that I've been in the chamber. I don't support the extent of the delegations that have been made previously or the ones that are before us today. We are elected to do a job. And yes, we don't need to sign off on every permit for footpath dining or whatever it might be. There are operational issues that should rightly sit with appropriate delegations, but that's not what we're being asked to do here today. And there are a couple of things that I want to put on the record as extremely concerning. And I think Councillor Cassidy has spotted the big one, which is there is a new delegation, one of several, to make a submission in response to an invitation to consult, column, Delegate CEO. Now that means that if another level of government asks council to consult, the CEO can say whatever she wants. Or she says whatever the Lord Mayor wants her to say, which is what they've been doing. Here is another mop-up exercise by this administration that demonstrates that what has happened with respect to restricting councillors' access to information was done improperly, because they're now retrospectively passing the power to make the delegation. And they've been caught out. Absolutely caught out. The Lord Mayor's got up and says, I don't know what I'm talking about, or it's not real. Here it is in black and white. Does any single person think that an unelected public servant should be making decisions and submissions about things that impact on our council and the residents of Brisbane without any consultation with councillors? No. And the fact that the CEO thinks this is appropriate is a sign of her poor judgment as well. But it gets worse. New delegations. To negotiate and enter into trustee permit in relation to land under the Land Act. To approve matters relating to the day-to-day management of trustee permits under the Land Act. That's all being delegated to E&C and the CEO. That means almost every single park in this city, this administration, either E&C, so the LNP, or the CEO, can make decisions to dispose of trusts, to change the arrangements for trusts, to stop funding them, to hand them back to the state, instead of them coming through full council. So secretly, this administration want the power through E&C and the CEO to dispose of land without a full decision of council. Yep. Now, when they did it 2 years ago in my ward, it had to come through council for decision. And now they don't want to do that anymore. They want to hide these decisions. That's how disgusting this LNP administration are. They think that they can dispose of land without any public scrutiny. Well, it's not good enough. The coup that is going on in this council is extraordinary. The power is just being hoarded closer and closer and closer. This council will be redundant shortly because of the amount of delegations that this Lord Mayor and the LNP are doing, providing more powers for themselves and the CEO of council. If I was the CEO, I'd be sitting back going, geez, this is a bit of a double-edged sword, because the Lord Mayor went down to his mate at Chrysophilia and took away her power to appoint her staff. Just like that. Just like that. I note that he didn't talk to her about that. That wasn't in the council submission. That's just something the Lord Mayor did. Stabbed her in the back. brand new CEO, now is throwing some scraps back. I'll let you do the terms of appointment, but I'll make the decision about who's going to work there. That's so the LNP can control senior executives at Brisbane City Council, and just like Councillor Griffiths has been saying, this is about how entwined the senior administration of this council is with the LNP, and this enshrines it further. These are corrupt decisions.
Absolutely.
They are the wrong decisions. They lessen scrutiny, they lessen accountability, and they undermine public accountability to the ratepayers of Brisbane. I don't want to see anybody else's land disposed of by this LNP in secret, which is exactly what's going to happen. Yep. Exactly what's going to happen, and it could happen in anybody's park.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Further speaker? Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on items 4, 5 and 6 and deal with the annual review and update of Council's delegation of powers. This is something that comes through this place each and every year, and I'm sure that those opposite do know that, even if they choose to pretend otherwise. City Legal has performed a thorough annual review to ensure that delegations are up to date and they're correct, and they reflect Council's current operational and decision-making needs, as well as any legislative amendments that might be required. This year's review was primarily driven by Queensland Government legislative changes. Business and work areas across Council also proactively reviewed the legislation to identify any additional powers that would help Council perform duties more effectively and efficiently. And this is about supporting our Council officers who make decisions each and every single day. Of the 20 delegations presented today, 13 are powers already determined by Council to be appropriate for delegation and are being remade under the specific head of power in the relevant legislation. This corrects any administrative irregularity and updates existing powers to reflect changes in work that's being done by our Council officers. The remaining 7, though, Mr Deputy Chair, are new delegations required due to evolving operational needs identified through our policies, procedures and practices. In addition, 17 delegations are proposed for revocation, including those that are redundant or have been remade following legislative amendments. Deputy Chair, for an organisation the size of Brisbane City Council, this is the kind of disciplined annual review that's not required just for good governance, it's essential governance. Those opposite wish to suggest otherwise, but the residents of Brisbane expect us to be the grown-ups in the room. They expect us to make sure that our delegation framework is fit for purpose, legally sound and up to date, and that is exactly what we are doing. I couldn't help but reflect, Mr Deputy Chair, that those opposite don't like it when unelected bureaucrats are making decisions, but they also don't like it when elected councillors are making decisions. So I'm really not sure who's supposed to make the decisions, but I'll tell you what, the Team Schrinner, we're making the decisions, we're making the responsible financial decisions for the City of Brisbane, and long may it rain.
Further speaker? Councillor Griffiths.
Can I say...
Councillor Johnston, Councillor Collier, please respect Councillor Griffiths.
I would just like to read something to the record I would like to read something to the record because now everything is making sense to me in relation to what we're moving here. This is a council officer. I won't say who it is, but hey mate, Jellicoe Street has received local councillor support to demolish. We just need to update the ward office when we want to proceed with works. Okay, so thank you, the officer. Let me go to the next email. Jellicoe Street is a council facility, 42 Jellicoe Street, Coorparoo. But it gets better. And this is an email from the Lord Mayor's office, Michael Kachera, anyway, well, let's just go. Fine to demolish this one.
But I spoke to Councillor Cunningham and she said during the 2022 floods, this site was underwater. This was down there with residents who had lower level flooding. So doesn't think that this will be suitable for a house to be built on either of these lots, council lots. These are park lots. One for the officer to have a look at and confirm with. If there is a solution to allow this one to be divided into 2 lots to be disposed of while keeping the park access, that would be okay too. This is corrupt behaviour. This is why they're doing the delegation. They are doing a whole lot of corrupt behaviour. You are, Deputy Mayor.
Top 16.
Lord Mayor, your office is undertaking corrupt behaviour. This has come from an officer who said this is corrupt behaviour, and here you are tonight, backdating your ability to secretly sell off land. There's more. There's much, much more. I'd be very concerned about what's going on in this council. I'll give you a call about this one, 42 Jellicoe Street. These are council officers involved in this. This is incredible. This is corrupt. Oh, lot 124 on RP 127222. Zoning. What's the zoning? Sport and recreation. Area 405 metres squared. Oh, there's a picture of it. 44 Jellicoe Street. This is in your area, Deputy Mayor.
This is only the start.
This is riddled through these people. Selling council assets. Undertaking illegal activities. This is illegal. This is corrupt.
Keep laughing, LP.
44 Jellicoe Street. On the right side, zoning. Lot 125 on RP 1277 or 722. Zoning, sport and recreation. Area 405. This is what's going on here. This is pure corruption.
We're going to expose all of you. You think we don't know more than this? You think you can hide it all? Wow. Have a nice reason.
It goes on. I am really, really disturbed by this. Oh, it was demolished. It was demolished. Demolished. How many people did you consult with, Councillor Cunningham?
So you directed someone?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I think this needs to be investigated by the CCC.
It's on the record now.
Further speaker? Lord Mayor wrote a reply.
Well, that speech has nothing to do with anything. And if Councillor Griffiths wants to take his obligations seriously as a councillor, don't make the claim. Do what you need to do with any claim that you make. Because you get up here week in, week out and use the C word, yet you don't actually do anything about it, which is actually a breach of your obligations. If you genuinely believe, that there is an issue, then you have obligations under law. And if you don't, then the reality is you're full of rubbish. You're full of rubbish. And so you can make all the claims you like, but do something. And as I said, we've got nothing to be concerned about, but you sure do. When it comes to these delegations, there's actually, I think, we've said all there is to say about the delegations. They come through every year, and these are operational matters which allow us to continue working to build a better Brisbane. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I now put item 456 to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerk, please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 8 against.
The items are carried, and I declare the meeting closed. Thank you, everyone.